Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
It's still on the side. Hikaru down to 30 seconds.
Oh, no.
He might not do that. He might not be able to do it. He's down to 25.
Okay. Oh, he had to go bishop b3. He didn't go bishop b3 there.
He's escaping again.
Although it can only get to a3 because b3.
19.
These are under control. These are under control. So you can force the king.
He's finding king a2.
Oh, he should definitely go king a2.
King b5. Oh, he's back to home base.
And he needs to get this way.
Yeah.
He's going. He's going.
Hikaru with a draw offer. He didn't do it.
Oh my goodness. Nodibek Abdusattarov continues to be the closest thing to kryptonite that we have seen for Hikaru Nakamura. Hey, go rook d2. Nice try.
Oh, look at the pre-moves. Oh, king f2.
Wow, there's some great pre-moving. Go, 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 go. Oh, Serrana.
Moving.
What? I'm flagged. Oh my God, it's a draw.
You didn't find any other moves to make.
Oh, that is ridiculous. And he just is laughing because otherwise he's gonna cry.
Menu of options.
Oh,
What?
Wait.
What? Rook H.
Oh my gosh! What a move! I did it!
Oh my God, he's just turned it around.
Oh my, what an unexpected move!
Oh my God, I completely missed that. That didn't even occur to me in my wildest dreams.
And it's losing now because your queen can't move without losing the rook on f7.
You have to take the pawn. He's gonna fly.
Oh my gosh! Queen move.
Oh, he's gonna fly.
Oh my goodness!
He flagged.
Oh!
You lagged and he flagged.
And there it is. Hikaru Nakamura wins the Sunday knockout.
Will we see another Hikaru Nakamura congratulations image, or will it be someone else here on this wonderful Sunday? We've got 8 players ready to throw down in a bracket, and I have an amazing person going to bring it here to you with me, International Master Anna Rudolf. Anna, you excited for Sunday? We got the band back together. It's been a minute.
I know. We used to be the Pro Chess League Dana team against Alexandra and Robert. I've been mentioning it to the team behind the scenes. I miss those times, Danny, and I miss pulling your leg. So today I'm going to try to make up for it and also broadcast the Rapid Chess Championship together with you. This is already week 14.
I know. Likewise, though, I wore the Pro Chess League shirt for a reason. I think this was the last time we were at least hanging out in the States together. I think maybe we had a couple events in Isle of Man and maybe Norway after that. But anyway, we've got the band back together. We would have totally beaten Alexandra and Robert in a Team Chess Pro Chess League battle, and they know it. That's why they ran. But okay, we've got a couple international masters going to commentate on a bunch of grandmaster high-level play here. We are excited for Sunday. Let's remind everybody that the format is now open to all GMs. So a G is still better than an I, apparently, Anna. I haven't designed the format yet so that we can get in, but maybe that's the future.
I have no idea how this happened, by the way, Danny. Yeah. I still think that I is really, really difficult to get. Maybe the G is a bit more difficult to get, but now it is true that all grandmasters are welcome to compete in the Rapid Chess Championship. They first need to play on the Saturday Swiss, of course. Yep. If we just bring up our format for a second, this is, of course, every single weekend, the same drill. On Saturday, we have a Swiss format, which consists of many exciting rounds and no increment. So the main difference being with the Sunday format that we now have a knockout system, and there is also a 2-second increment. How do you see these two different formats, Danny? What do you think of the formats in general?
Well, You know, our own Spenny Thompson, correspondent, caught up with Jeffrey Zhang yesterday and actually asked a question about the difference between sudden death and then increment. And I thought it was a great question because it is a big, you know, you see it. It's very different when the players are playing with just that little extra time, the time scrambles, the strategy as you approach a time scramble in terms of the type of moves that they'll play, how aggressive they might be. It's definitely there's no argument against the fact that it's a slightly higher quality version. You don't get blunders into checkmates and rook endings like we saw yesterday a couple times. But that's just as fun too. So, but yeah, you nailed it, right? Saturday, you've got now open to all GMs. It's a 9-round Swiss system, a bit of a Wild West shootout, which is awesome. And that brings us to Sunday with the 10+2 format. While we're talking about formats, let's remind everybody that in addition to announcing that the event is now open to all Grandmasters this week, we also officially announced our finals format. Everything that is happening on these weekends is not just competing for $20,000 in prizes weekend in, weekend out, but ultimately trying to get into the very lucrative $150,000 16-player event. 16 players will get in, 12 players from the Grand Prix, 4 via wildcard invites. But it's a double elim bracket. As we bring up the prizes, Anna, give me your thoughts on double elim brackets and that now that we're seeing them come into chess.
I think this is awesome. The fact that this is for the prize fund of $150,000, as you mentioned, Danny, huge finale for the top 16 players. I cannot wait to see how the double elimination format will play out when every single weekend what we see on Sundays is also a unique format, a one-game match. Right. Each time. And with the double elimination, I'm curious how that will shift the favorites. Will the favorites of the overall Grand Prix will be the same that will actually manage to win that first prize of $30,000?
No, it's exciting. I agree. It's obviously a little different, but it does make it interesting for the fans when you know that no matter what happens in the first round matchups, there's a chance that losing doesn't mean someone is gone for good. We already saw that in the Bullet Chess Championship. Players able to make their way back through the, whatever you call it, the redemption bracket. So going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see more formats like that. Let's talk about the standings. Yesterday, of course, we saw the Swiss close and a lot of familiar names continuing to earn points. A couple of people right there at the top not playing this weekend in Fabiano and Levon. Hikaru is still here, has now qualified for 11 of his 11 times that he's played on Saturday. He has always made Sunday. Whether he wins or not remains to be seen. Then you've got Jeffrey Zhang down there, right? Keeping tabs. He's a guy that's right on the bubble. So seeing him perform like he did and get into Sunday, that's actually huge for his chances. Because, I mean, real talk, right? 12 players are going to qualify. Would Jeffrey be a wild card invite for us? We don't know, right? We're going to see what happens. But I think that for him to maintain that position is super critical to ensure that he can play in the finals in August.
Oh, 100%. And the fact that he was the only one who managed to score 7 points in yesterday's Swiss, half a point ahead of the rest of the field, including Hikaru Nakamura, that's a big deal. And maybe that means from Jeffrey's perspective that he doesn't want any wild card from us. He wants to qualify. Yeah,
qualify directly. He doesn't need our charity. He doesn't need any of that, right? He's going to qualify directly. You know, yesterday was interesting because it was the first time we opened it up to GMs as we talk here for another couple of minutes before the games get started. And the result of it, from what I observed, was interesting in that there was a very high score average to make it. We've seen people qualify for Sunday, Anna, with 5.5 points. That's the lowest we've seen. Yesterday, 6.5 wasn't good enough to get in. There was a 6.5 on the outside looking in, and I think that was to justify or talk about it. I didn't really have a lot of time yesterday. We did a lot, of course, kind of thinking about this before we opened it up, and a big reason we did is we felt that with a larger player pool, you wouldn't have these moments where someone gets ahead, Anna, they get a high score, and they're basically able to draw their way into Sunday. We don't want that, right? We wanted to open up the opportunity for more players, which is, in theory, going to increase decisive results, and that's exactly what we saw. It took 6.5 points to get into Sunday, unlike what we've normally seen. So I don't know what you thought about that, but I kind of like it. I like where it's going.
Oh, 100%. It certainly changed the dynamics immediately. It was shown in yesterday's event, as you mentioned, that even 6.5 points wasn't a guarantee to qualify. And it's great that we are not going to be seeing short draws in the final rounds of the Swiss just to guarantee qualification, because there's no such thing anymore.
Yep. Well, and we did still see some fun short draws. We saw the most exciting Berlin, as we know, played again between who was it yesterday? It was Hikaru and Anish, I think. Yeah, that's right. So Anish and Hikaru gave us the most exciting Berlin, but we only had one of those from what I saw. Anyway, it's obviously, I think it's important because there's been a lot of storyline with so many online events in the last couple of years. We've got the events we're doing. You have the Champions Chess Tour over on Chess24, Anna, and there's been criticism at times to the players about the quick draws. But I got to be honest, I'm someone who has always sided with the players and said, don't hate the player, hate the game. To me, if the format doesn't challenge the desire and need to play for decisive chess, it's why in the Speed Chess Championship, we have that element where every game is worth money no matter what happens, right? I really do believe it's the responsibility of the organizers to always create a format that encourages and rewards fighting chess. So while we did see some, we didn't see many, and we're going to continue to do that. So I just wanted to say that that's another reason why we did this, is because we want to create an element that doesn't allow people to safely draw their way in, and that's what we got yesterday, and this is what we have now. We have Jeffrey Zhang, the 1 seed, taking on the 8 seed, and Amin Tabatabaei. So here we go, semi-slot.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to react before they already made the opening moves, but I wanted to say, Danny, 100%. Yes, it's always the organizers to blame. And
it
definitely, the players are there to play the format that's given to them. So it's great that we can make it even more exciting, because the Rapid Chess Championship every single weekend have been some of the most exciting chess events ever since it started. But it's true that there's still room to improve even on the Swiss format.
No, and I think even next year, we'll see. There's a lot in the works right now. We have Michael Brancato, our vice president of esports, and we're doing all kinds of things to just take a look at all the properties, in the chess world, and trying to figure out what would be the right way to continue to do awesome things for the fans and the players. So, but more to come on that down the road. But all right, we've got a semi-slot with a fianchetto bishop here with b3. This type of structure, at some point, it all circles around whether white will play e4 or more when white will play e4 and try to change the structure. Oop, bishops don't move that way. It's early. My apologies. At some point, the structure changes, and what's the dynamic that occurs, right? Does it help liberate black's pieces with an eventual opening of c5, or does white change that structure for a potential expansion on the king side? So we'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, and this is the first moment when Tabatabaei seems to have spent a little more time, and he plays rook f to d8. The other rook belongs to c8, so it's very normal that both white and black are bringing the rooks to the d and c5s, because those are the files that will potentially open up soon.
Yeah. Yeah, and both sides are kind of preparing for it, right? These positions are, I think, always, they're full of a lot more tension than meets the eye. Not a single piece has been traded, including the pawns. Both sides are not just trying to put their pieces on the right squares for what the structure is telling you now, but also what might happen, right? Because we know at any point someone's going to break something open, and they're trying to outmaneuver the footwork that goes in before the punch is delivered. I like this move a6 because it actually allows black in some ways to try to open up a new threat. There's ideas of b5. It also makes c5 more of an immediate threat because now there's no knight to b5 in the air, forking the queen and bishop. So now Jeffrey's turn to think, as you said.
I think e4 is certainly one of the moves that white is considering, but a move that prepares for a central breakthrough is queen to b1 to get that queen out of the c5, and at the same time make sure that the white rook is now facing the black queen. So any opening of the c5 could lead to that pin.
And he takes c4. That's usually followed by a c5 or e5. Actually, maybe e5. Okay, no, c5 in this sense. e5 was another possibility, but c5 we see it's on the board. The bishop on b7 is opened up. There is no knight to b5. The whole purpose of a6. Jeffrey does have a small edge, but how do you handle the structure? Is it d5? I'm wondering what Jeff will do here.
Yeah, I'm guessing d5 is one of the options. The other is if you want to allow c takes d4, the c4 pawn is protected by the e2 bishop, and he could also aim for a hanging pawn structure.
Yeah.
I wonder what will be the direction he takes. Now he's also spending a bit longer to decide. This is a critical moment in terms of what pawn structure is he aiming for. d5.
I just see the comments, people talking about Amin Tabatabaei. Did someone tell him he's on camera? He's definitely pulling on his shirt a little bit. It's a nervous tick. I mean, let's not judge everyone, okay? I mean, we've seen chess players do a lot of funny things at the board. Because when you're in that mode as a chess player, you really are in your own world, you know, and people watching is what we do here on Twitch. And yeah, we get a little bit of insight to his, what is he doing there? I don't know what he's doing. Playing on the shirt.
These make for great clips. And if the world champion can arrive at the board buttoning up his shirt at an online event, I think Tabatabaei too can do whatever he wants, as long as it's not to be censored.
Yeah. So, okay, so D5 was played, which I think was the right structural change. And now we see a big difference. This is almost like a Queen's Gambit accepted in some lines, Anna, where Black holds on to a queenside majority and White has the center to go with it. It's these positions are very fun. I mean, you're literally talking about 2 passed pawns already backed up with support and prepared to push. But White's center, as long as we're in a middle game and there's still pieces on the board, White's central advantage can be very, very dangerous because of all the things that it could potentially become. So this is going to be a fun one. I'm excited. We're starting this thing off on the right foot.
Yeah, it's certainly a very unique pawn structure that you get to see connected pass pawns for Black straight out from the opening, basically. And for White, this D5 pass pawn, of course, is a very strong one. But as of now, Black's pieces are camping right underneath. There's no way of pushing it. Yeah.
So Zafraz says, I'm doing my best not to comment on the camera. That's right. We're talking chess here, and it is educational. So let's keep it that way. Okay, this is a big moment. One of the issues with the pass pawns is, while they are very pretty to look at, is everyone you push maybe leaves a nice counter. But this move, knight to d4, spying the c6 square as an outpost, it opens up knight takes d5, but then we'll have knight takes b5. So look at this move. The big thing about it, Anna, is it sacrifices this pawn with check, but he doesn't care. Honey Badger don't care. He's going to take what he wants and put a knight on c6.
It seems like an incredibly strong idea, since knight c6, a knight fork that would pick up one of the rooks. And as you mentioned, it doesn't even matter that Black can capture a pawn with check after king h1. I'm guessing that's where the king will go to keep the pressure on the bishop.
Let's
knight takes d5. Sure,
if we can. Yeah, well, so
absolutely.
Bishop takes h2 check. I assume it's king h1. You want to keep an eye on the bishop, just because then it opens up ideas like g3 and f4. And then White has numerous threats. Knight c6 is the obvious one, Anna, but there's also knight f5, and in some positions, you're kind of flipping the script to an attack. But how dangerous really is it? I guess it is pretty dangerous. Computer, but look at, I mean, this is interesting because yes, White is getting the fork, but the eval is not crazy. This is going to be super dynamic. In fact, look at this. We're seeing it on the board. Bishop takes h2 and king h1 has been played.
Yeah, and in this moment, Black could even capture the d5 pawn, but that seems a bit too pricey. After knight takes b5, the Black knight on d5 will be hanging, and the queen has to be guarding both that knight and the bishop on h2, so it's way too much.
Yeah, I assume so. I'm going to quickly show it. If knight takes d5, knight takes b5, yeah, this is just winning. Queen is way overloaded, too many threats, not enough time. So... But the move I played, bishop e5, I was just putting the piece on a square. But I mean, I think that might be the retreat, because you're going to have to allow some sort of thing here. And the question is, does Black have compensation with an open king? Is there some way to handle this exchange sack? I don't know off the top of my head.
Yes, it does feel like the engine wants to go with this sacrifice. And Tabatabaei agrees. This is exactly what he played. I wonder why Jeffrey is thinking, is there an alternative to knight c6 that he's considering?
He's now played it looks like.
Okay,
right?
okay. It was a little bit worrisome that he started spending time, but I guess he's just double checking the line that he already had in mind.
No, I agree. And now that we're here, he's going to win back the exchange. So their computer must have wanted some other move besides bishop takes b2. And we have the eval bar, but no engine lines unless we don't usually turn the engine lines on unless we're trying to blunder check or make sure that we all feel good if there's something crazy that happens, so that we know the answer. But just evaluating the position, now White seems to have a better edge than he potentially could have had. So knight e4 played. From a practical perspective, I don't think this is over at all, though. Regardless of what the eval says, this is a wide open king. The queen is one maneuver away, however that happens, from bringing some heat over here. So this is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, I think we've lost Jeffrey, and I mean for a second, but now that the cameras are back, I definitely think that for the engine, as you said, this seems a lot simpler than what it is for our players. Because after knight e4, that queen maneuver that you have highlighted, as well as the threat of knight takes f2, knight fork, winning back the rook. There's a lot going on here. And if white were to defend f2, well, that takes a tempo. So you either spend a moment to guard it with, let's say, the rook or the king.
Yeah, we'll play king.
Or you take one of the rooks, but then your rook will be also captured.
Yeah, it feels like king's u1 would be what I would play here if it was just like a quick blitz game, because I'm kind of like, well, the rooks aren't going anywhere, but maybe the computer thinks you should take. This just doesn't feel good. Yeah, this is definitely not right. So I think you have to defend this pawn. Although there's also this move, Anna just saw. Okay, this move attacks the knight and defends the pawn.
Yeah, that seems to be a better approach, using the second rank for the queen. Jeffrey actually also makes a bishop move, but places it on d.
Okay, yeah, same idea, but different square. In fact, even better potentially than bishop to d3. Oh, sorry, than bishop f3, because the bishop is probably still a little better on this diagonal than it would be here, staring at its own pawn.
Now, the question to Amin is, what's next? One of the rooks will be captured, so he has to try to go for the king side attack at some point with queen to d6, or is he going to use the rook b6? Well, I didn't guess any of the moves because he went back to the d6 square with the knight.
And I love this immediate response from Jeffrey. It just points out the big problem for black, which is, as we said, this rook fork isn't going anywhere. So I'm going to take the time to solidify my center and build on my advantage. In fact, if you don't play the right move here as black, Anna, white might just play e5 and just like continue to just bust through here, right? e5, e6. Look at all these things coming over here. You know how much I love coloring. It's very good. It's very underrated painting for mental health, coloring, by the way.
It's true. It is true.
Yeah.
And for that reason, many of us chess streamers, we do, but we also recommend our viewers to do so on your chessboard when you analyze on chess.com your own games. So make sure to color as much as you can.
As much as you can.
Indeed. The funny thing about this position is that white is down a pawn, but it doesn't look like there is any extra pawn for black, because the center, this d5 pawn and now e4, e5 potentially, is all in white's control.
Yeah, I love it. I love this position for Jeffrey. And now we see the time on the clock being taken from Tabatabaei, reflective of the fact that he doesn't know what to do. I really think there's a chance that e5 comes in with some sort of follow-up aggressive threat before a rook is even taken on the next move. So do you look to play c4 to maybe gain a tempo? And if you play c4 and the bishop falls back, are you taking e4? Probably. So that means c4 maybe forces bishop b1, and then something like knight c5. At least you're like coordinating and getting your pieces on better squares than the cramped situation they currently have. Yeah, Jeffrey's playing well. He's been playing well all weekend. I mean, yesterday, Anna, it was. I mean, obviously, we'll see what happens with the 8 that made it. But I think it was very clear that he was the best player in the Swiss yesterday. Really, really dominant performance.
He got himself lucky for the game against Anish, but it takes something more than luck to win the Swiss format, half a point ahead of everyone. C4 and E5 immediately.
E5
Wait a second.
Immediately. I love it. Okay, let's analyze this. If E5 immediately, if you take D3, the point is now you're taking on. Actually, no, you just win the queen with knight E7. Wow, just taking advantage of the pin. Jeffrey is just one step ahead of all of his opponents right now. He finds I mean, if we go back to the time log, when knight D6 was played, E4 was instant. C4 was played, E5 was instant. He is all over this position.
Yeah, this is incredible. And it seems that C4 was not the best of approaches for black because of this tactical pattern. The Tabatabaei takes on E5.
I'm feeling like Jeffrey could take back with, I mean, any piece here. I think you could take with the knight and the pawn is pinned. Now you've won a piece instead of the exchange. You could take here with check and then take with the queen, because you're still going to win the exchange. And there is no rook tempo because you get to slide over to H5 with check before capturing on B8. So the computer announcing just knockout blows all over the place here with a nearly 5-point advantage for Jeffrey. What a way to start off your knockout on Sunday, huh? Good
Not
chess.
bad at all. Not bad at all. And a reminder on the format that it's a one-game match. Essentially, we only have a tiebreaker in case it's a draw. But if Jeffrey wins, he moves on to the semifinals directly.
Yep. Now he's going to pause and make sure he puts it away. This is good time management. We talk about that a lot as far as players looking to improve. Plays knight takes e5. Perhaps there was something better, but still a pretty significant advantage for white. Just up a piece.
So now the d3 bishop is untouchable because of the pin on the c file, and he can hop back to c6 with the knight next move if that knight fork will still exist. Well, that's more than a fork now, but queen h4 check is the idea of Amin.
Jeffrey just backs up the bishop, holds on to the piece. Queen h4 check. He'll tuck the king safely. You still haven't solved your forking problem. It's a forking problem, right? It's a big forking problem. I
forgot what is it like to do commentary with you, Danny.
You pretend it's like... The last time we did commentary for PogChamps, you were the one who dropped a curse word bomb, the Anna clip known around the world. I think it was the first time anyone has ever seen you curse on TV. That was amazing.
And calling Ludwig shit
yeah.
on the front page of Twitch. He had to leave Twitch eventually. He signed with YouTube.
I love it. That was awesome. That was such a good time. PogChamps. We got to bring it back. It's a lot going on with that. I know people are asking about it. Don't make me talk about PogChamps today right now. I don't have the mental bandwidth. We're here to talk about the RCC. But okay, good play from Jeff right now. Up a piece. Shout out to Tabatabaei though, because yes, this is very good for white, but the knight is holding the two pawns. You could see a world where a blunder is not outside of the realm of black turning it around. So white still has to make sure he's accurate and converts.
And that will take some time, but luckily for Jeffrey, he's got quite a lot of time advantage as well. So the position is winning. He's got 3 extra minutes on the clock. This is looking great for yesterday's winner of the Swiss format.
Agreed.
Exclamation mark ban, Danny.
What?
Because the chat is with a bit of a delay. I now see the reactions.
I've been trying to get myself canceled for years. It hasn't worked, okay? All right, queen a7, a nice move. You're threatening knight to e7 check, which, speaking of forking problems, we got another one. With the combination of a knight coming to e7 and tactics here, I'm like fantasizing about some crazy mate in this game. If Jeff can pull it off. I think queen to c5 now might be really strong, taking advantage of the pin, but maybe the computer has something even better.
Queen c5 definitely is one of the moves. Queen d7. I wonder, is there... It feels like there's like immediate direct ways of converting it. And Jeffrey is going for queen c5, as you have suggested, Danny, for the pin.
Yeah, I think so. G6 was played to play this. I was going to say, I think one of the key points is you can't unpin because then knight e7 check is... no, knight e7 wouldn't have worked right away because the knight guards c8. But Tabatabaei is tired of getting the king on that square where forks could happen. Going to put the king on g7 anyway. Only a minute. So really, this is Jeff's game to convert. Short of some sort of crazy blunder miracle. What was that move? He wants to put the bishop on f3.
It's still advantage, but the evaluation bar is somewhat critical of bishop e4, bishop f3. It feels like there was something even bigger, something even more concrete. But to be fair, white's position is so much better that even if you don't find the engine's top move, you still will be winning.
Agree. And again, that's what I was saying. I know we look at the eval bar where, Jeffrey's up a piece. He should convert this game. He also has a big time advantage. So I'm not going to add unnecessary drama as I've been accused of doing from time to time. But the point is, it's not that easy. Like, I mean, the queen defends the knight. The knight is solidly placed where the knight thrives, blockading enemy pawns and protecting his own. So this is, okay, now we've seen a blunder. Queen to d7 is a blunder. A horrible move. What is the idea? I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's no clear edge. If black is able to trade rooks and then get the passed pawns going, where's the knockout blow for white? Right?
Yeah. It feels like Jeffrey has missed the most precise lines, but now it's Amin who has to figure out why Queen D7 is
the winning move here. And I backed up just to see the winning move was rook to E6 for white.
Oh my gosh.
Forcing the exchange of the rooks on E6. And at the end, there's bishop D5 and white just starts to really bring the heat. So white misses this move, plays Queen D7. And now black has played C3, but that actually reopens rook E6 again. So will they find this move rook E6? It's the best move on the board if they can see it.
Yeah, in both situations, we have seen Dave Eschenbar jumping up and down.
He finds it.
Now he plays it. So even if it's a move later, but because C3 wasn't the best move for black, he got his chance, his winning move back on the board.
And I'll show why the eval bar was at equal. So for those watching and want to know, why did the computer say black was okay? I'll show what the key was to prevent rook E6 after that queen to A7 blunder. But now Jeff looks like he should convert. He picks up one of the pass pawns, put the bishop on D5, make sure there's no tactics with E4. He does it. I think Jeff goes on to win this game finally after very good defense from Tabatabaei. You got to give him credit because there was an opportunity there, and that doesn't come unless you play really solid defense. So he gets a lot of credit for that.
Definitely. With a piece down, he found some very resourceful defense. Eventually, he also missed that rook E6 move, which Jeffrey found the second time.
Yeah.
And now it is conversion time, but even here, it's not an immediate win.
Yeah, nice little fork there. The problem after bishop takes knight d4 is white can just play rook takes b5, and it should be good enough. Actually doesn't have to. Just rook c3. Yeah, and if b4, rook c4, the bishop can come back in time. I think rook c3, we might even... Oh, wait, rook c3, knight e2. Oh, my God. Oh, he has to go for this line with rook b5.
Oh!
Okay,
he does have to play that.
It's still winning, but it's not over yet, because after knight takes, bishop takes, you have an extra piece, but it's the wrong color bishop. If Robert Hess was here, Anna, he'd be yelling at us, watch out for the wrong colored bishop. Oh, never mind. They go for the exchange tag. I actually don't know if that was the right thing to do for... Okay.
Yeah, now it's 2 versus 2, so black is trying to build a fortress.
Yeah, I'm definitely wrong. This has better drawing chances than I thought with the knight versus rook.
Knight f4 check, but then king g4 and the g5 pawn will drop.
Yeah, this is... Wow. Again, Tabatabaei gets a ton of credit. This position has been lost for 15 minutes and 20 moves, but he's still holding. And this is not going to be easy. The biggest problem he has now is actually off the board, right? It's on the timer.
Yeah, definitely. The nearly 2 minutes of time advantage helps when it comes to converting this endgame. Where obviously, if the pawns are gone, that's a draw. So white has to make sure that if you trade, you only trade one of the pawns, and you're ideally you are winning one of the pawns of black.
Yeah. And now you're debating how to get both. If f4 takes, rook takes, knight g6, can I play rook takes, h4 takes, king takes? I think that's a winning king and pawn ending. So I think Jeff is calculating that, because if f4, let's bring up the analysis board real quick and show this line here. Oh, he doesn't go for it, but f4 would have been, we'll let them play the live line, but I think f4 takes and takes was actually the best approach, because this is a winning king and pawn ending.
Yeah, the king is in the right spot on h4 to promote the pawn.
He didn't go for that. I think that was a huge missed opportunity.
It feels like that because now f4 is no longer possible with the king on f5 guarding the square. He steps out of the pin, but then again, the white king cannot come closer. And then if you cannot come closer, how will you make progress?
Yeah, I mean, he might have to look for an opportunity like that. Like even here, and if rook b5, knight e5, can you take king g4, king f6, f4? I think you can. I think, no, there would be h3, sacrificing to a corner pawn. So you have to watch out for those tactics all the time when you go to a king and pawn ending where your opponent gives away a pawn, taking away the opposition or forcing you to have a rook pawn. So I really think Jeff might be on path to blow this.
Which is crazy because he has had this game so much in his hands. Yep. He has been dominating, and still it is winning, but it's no longer simple.
Yeah, it's winning, but again, the eval bar is so not reflective of how hard this is for a human to win. We're looking at this, and it's you know, computers look at the concrete ideas and make it look easy, but now you got to go, okay, finally he finds it. Rook F5, that's going to be enough. And actually, okay. He tricked Tabatabaei into a bad position with the king, ultimately finds a way to convert. But I want to go back to that position with rook to e6, because I want to show what could have been played for everyone wondering why in this position after. So queen to a7, h4, queen to d7, instead of rook to e6. Rook to e6 should have been played right away, but after queen d7, the idea was to take e1 and then play the move rook a8. And the point is now rook e6 you have a threat of rook a1. And like I said, you're up a piece, but who's better here? It's not even clear. And the point is that now rook e6 would actually lose for white because of rook a1 and queen f4. And black gets a mating attack. So this was the idea that Tabatabaei had. He misses it, and Jeff doesn't have to ask for a second chance, because the moment he has it, he sees rook e6, and then he goes into a winning ending. Yes, it took some time. Tabatabaei gets a lot of defensive credit, but ultimately Jeff gets the dub.
And Jeffrey is now our first player to be qualified to the semifinals. Who is his opponent going to be will depend on the upcoming matches, because this is ain't stopping. The championship, the format of the day, the knockout format is only just about to kick in, with Hikaru facing Alexander Bortnik in the next match.
So much ahead here on this Sunday. We probably will see an interview with Jeffrey Jean, given that he managed to catch up with our own Spenny Thompson a couple times yesterday. So more awesome content coming your way. We'll see what Jeff's thoughts were on how that game went, likely, I believe. But otherwise, don't go anywhere. The Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase takes its first break, and when we return, it's the second matchup of the day.
Yes, it's an easy draw at this point.
Oh, no, he lost!
Endgame!
Why did he trade rooks?
Oh my god! And this is key.
F6.
F6. This is Dvoretsky's endgame manual. F6,
And
not F5.
Brandon knows it.
He does.
And Arseni's going to lose.
King F3 right now.
F3 and F5. Now it's easy. F5 and F4.
Wow.
Exquisite play on the endgame by Brandon Jacobson. That is a backbreaker and a heartbreaker. And what doesn't it break?
You broke my ability to speak.
But Arseni, he's got to know, even if he doesn't know that this endgame is winning, to give the black king positioning over the white king, it's unnecessary.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby. We are back. Jeffrey Zhang punches his ticket to the semifinals. People were asking in the YouTube chat who he plays next. There you go. The left side of the bracket has a big rematch of Saturday's battle awaiting if Hikaru gets by. But Bortnik is not an easy out, right? I know with Hikaru, we suffer from Hikaru bias-itis, Anna, but this is going to be an epic matchup between these two.
It certainly is going to be epic. It's difficult to not consider Hikaru the favorite when he is leading in Grand Prix points. After 13 weeks of Rapid Chess Championships, he is the player that has won most of the points during all these weekends. But Alexander Bortnik is not a new name when it comes to chess.com events. So certainly he will be fighting for making that underdog miracle happen. He's not that big of an underdog, but Hikaru is a beast.
I think in Rapid, Hikaru, it's one of those weird things. Like, how many people would you ever say Hikaru is more of a favorite in Rapid than he would be in Bullet, right? But Bortnik is one of those guys. For those who don't follow him, he's actually a streamer. You should give some consideration to go give him a follow. But Bortnik is a beast. Actually made it to the Bullet Chess Championship final on the inaugural first ever event we did there. So Hikaru is a stronger player, more experienced, and is more of a favorite, I think, in the slower time controls, which is something you don't normally say because Hikaru is so good at Blitz and Bullet, but that's the case here.
It is the case. And in terms of the opening, what do you think of this, Danny? Only pawns and knight moves. Yeah.
I'm going to quickly play through what the opening was for everyone. We had e4, knight f6. So this is in Al Johan's defense, Alakine, after d5, e5, and then f4. This is not something you see every day, but it is theory, albeit not the most well-known theory necessarily, but it is theory.
And after e6, Hikaru is spending a bit more time. For Bortnik, this has been bullet mode. So far, he has only used 7 seconds from the initial 10 minutes. There is, of course, an increment as well. That's a big difference with Saturday's format. C3 punching that central pawn of black.
Yeah, what a weird position. This is like the opposite of how you would tell beginners to play chess, right?
I know, I can't really make much sense out of it, but they're playing still so quickly. At least Bortnik immediately going for knight d5. So he's giving up the d4 pawn, but it's because the f4 pawn is hanging too.
Yeah, the f4 pawn hanging keeps white thinking, because, okay, I was going to say you don't want to play d3 because of the c3 pawn, I think. So g3 is the other natural move. And I mean, the engine says black's, but I have no idea. I can we just like check out for a few minutes and then get to a position that I feel qualified to analyze?
I could do it with a snack break.
Yeah, we'll go get a snack. I'll refill some coffee here because apparently I'm a little slow this morning. But all right, no, I mean, part of the reason I think black is better, I think black should play moves like c5 and knight c6 as we evaluate just basic principles, regardless of how obscure this position is. Black maybe has more space. He has a very well centralized knight. These types of things, if you build upon them, I think that's why the engines maybe say black's doing fine. But the long-term edge, white has a very good grip on the dark squares. E6 is a long-term weakness. if you give white a few moves, right? If you get developed, maybe white's doing okay.
Yeah, and according to our viewers, Bortnik does play this quite frequently, which would mean that Hikaru expected it somewhat. Yet he still is the one using more time. Actually, no. When I have just said that, I'm realizing that Bortnik is about to balance out the time situation.
Yeah, rarely do you see someone up on time against Hikaru. We said Bortnik is one of those unique animals that he's maybe a little faster than Hikaru, and even here he's up on the clock. Seems to know what he's doing in this weird Alekhine's defense.
Yeah, knight c6. So he is not pushing the c pawn as we analyzed earlier. That was an option too, but instead goes for the immediate development of the knight, and maybe the bishop could be heading towards c5, although that will run into b4. This is such a crazy position.
Yes, it's totally nutty. And the knight on g5 is good, but also you always have to be looking at weird things happening. h6 right away, by the way, would be a recipe for losing. So you can't do that. But even like bishop e7, if you just gain a tempo the other way by maybe threatening to capture it, bishop takes d5, not really a threat. The black queen would capture and be more than happy with that exchange. So I think bishop e7 is a natural move.
Yeah, and I guess one of the issues for Hikaru's position is what you mentioned, that h6 immediately is not an issue because of queen h5, but that means that white has to have that diagonal open for the queen. So you can't develop your g1 knight naturally to f3 because it blocks the queen, and it also takes away the most natural retreating square of the g5 knight.
Whoa, knight takes e5, and I wasn't even thinking about that.
Good morning to us.
Yeah. That moment where a tactic is played and you go, well, that was kind of obvious. It's not necessarily winning for black, but so now what do you do? Because if you take e5, queen takes g5, even that by itself shouldn't be dismissed, because there you can take and then regain your pawn. That's not out of the question, right? It's a closed position. You'd have a protected pass pawn in the end, although you had to part ways with your light square bishop, so not ideal. That's one line. Okay, he's probably going for that line, I think, unless he has knight f3. Okay, knight f3 to win the pawn with the knight is another way to do it. What a weird position. This is like the opposite of the last game we saw, almost 20 moves of semi-Slav theory.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a candidate's preparation by Hikaru. Like he's shaking his head.
And it doesn't look that great for Hikaru. I mean, like, black has all kinds of moves here. You can even just like reinforce your knight, I think, and develop. And black is very solid position. These pawns are doubled and kind of awkward. What's this bishop doing? I'm not a huge fan of white's position.
Yeah, and maybe another idea is if he wants to use the light square bishop, Bortnik, on the long diagonal, whether through bishop d7, bishop c6, or b6, bishop b7.
I love that idea. Yeah. The only reason I didn't want to play that versus c6 is because I'm wondering, is white going to take here? I mean, you don't want to give up your light square bishop, but I don't want to take with this pawn and give the nice protected passer, although maybe I'm just overly worried about that.
Yeah, the question, I guess, is how important is the light square bishop for white's position? Because there will be many weak squares if Hikaru has to give up that bishop.
Yeah. Okay, Bortnik taking his time now, under Hikaru on the clock for the first time in this matchup. Like Anna said at the top of the show, these are one-game matches, which puts us in instant dramatic territory. Of course, if it's a draw, it does move to a faster time control tiebreaker, but no second chances in rapid in the current format.
Definitely no second chances, and Bortnik seems to be enjoying what he has gotten out of his pet line, one of his favorite openings, it seems.
Yeah. One Pocket Slim says Bortnik played this opening to throw Hikaru off his game. But yeah, Hikaru is king of messy positions. But nobody likes playing messy bad positions, even if you're good at them, right? And one of the things about Hikaru's style is, and this is not meant as a disparaging comment, but because we know Hikaru himself plays a lot of weird, sometimes dubious openings. He loves his B3 systems. Hikaru has developed these muscles of being very good in slightly worse, even clearly worse, messy positions. But it doesn't mean it's what you want, no matter what.
King F2. I was curious whether we were going to see castle at all in this game. He just moved the king to F2, but maybe a slight variation of the Bone Cloud.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually really like this move, not just because it protects the knight and maybe frees up the queen, but it also threatens H3 in some positions because the G3 pawn is now protected. And okay, black is better. And remember, the engine says that based on the mathematical things it's been told to evaluate, but this is a very, very weird position. F4 played. Now look out. Now if you're Hikaru, here comes castles in the F file.
Yeah, immediately pointing out that the king on F2 can be vulnerable. Otherwise, H3, I thought that was a great idea. You keep the rook on H1 because you want to chase away the black queen, but Bortnik says, I'm not giving you a chance to push my pieces back because after H3, G3 is hanging.
I think now Hikaru will have to take this. Now, you don't want to open the bishop, but it seems like if too many pieces get going against this king, that's a problem. Unless you can maybe play D3 first, you open the bishop, and if FG, HG, now your rook is active, but I assume black will castle there. Let's bring up an analysis board real quick and just take a look at something that we have no idea what's going on. So if D3 is played,
you're suggesting capture or castle?
Yeah, and this is okay. So yeah, this is the line I was looking at. By the way, one of the key tactics I didn't see at the end of this line is queen takes d4 as a threat. This just doesn't look good for white.
Yeah, perhaps rook h4 will still hold that pawn, but it definitely feels like something is off in white's position.
It's a tough position to play. I mean, so then what else are you doing if you're Hikaru? I was thinking maybe you take, but then pawn takes, and then what? I mean, still black is castling and the F file is good. Now the bishop is open.
It is so difficult. F4 seems to be a very powerful move, and Hikaru is still considering what to do. He's now 2 minutes behind on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, this is not vintage Hikaru, or not where Hikaru wants to be, right? He doesn't take time for the show of it.
I wonder what is it that he'll come up with, because as you mentioned, bishop takes c5. If you have to play it, it opens up the c8 bishop's diagonal, and so he does it, but it's the kind of move that you hate to play. This
is the exact line we were looking at, and the question, I think, from Bortnik's point of view is, do you just go in for castling to get the F file here, or is there some other approach where you maybe try to develop and get the king completely out of dodge, so that then you can really be all in over here, right? That gives you the options to pawn storm and all kinds of stuff you wouldn't normally do if your king was in front of the structure. So Bortnik is choosing his favorite flavor here. I prefer rainbow sherbet. I'm a big sherbet guy. Yeah. Sherbet is underrated.
I don't think I've ever tried it, but when it comes to G Fuel, I know that Miami Nights is my favorite flavor. I do recommend that, Danny.
Nice subtle shout out to the sponsor, G Fuel. We do appreciate you. Rook to, they sent me a bunch of free product at some point, and then at some point they're like, "Yeah, we don't really want you to rep our product."
Oh no, Danny!
No, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm actually not kidding. Kidding, not kidding. All right, rook h4 is played. It does guard the d4 pawn. That's the point, is that the knight was pinned, so queen takes d4 was a tactic. We're going to see queen g6, I assume. That was the line we were looking at. And then I think Hikaru will slide king g2. And I mean, I will say, like, it's a horrible position for him, but I still don't see a knockout blow for black yet.
Yeah, there certainly is no knockout as of now in the position, but it also is just much easier to play from black's perspective. What happened?
Bishop to e1 is a move here?
Oh, because the f3 knight has to be guarded both by the king and the queen.
King would allow queen g3.
Yeah.
So bishop e1. If you take with the queen, you're just losing. I mean, rook takes. Actually, no. Queen takes, and you just start picking up things.
Yeah.
So all right, we got to analyze this. Let's bring it up. Wild times.
Oh goodness me, Justin, we said that there's no immediate knockout. Bishop e1 check. Bortnik hasn't played it yet, but for sure that's what he's calculating.
Bishop to e1. Oh my gosh. If king takes, now you take, I think you take g3 first. That's why it's so strong, followed by queen g2, and it's just rover. You're just crushing through here. I mean, things like king e3, you have like bishop g4, and everything is just falling apart. So if you take with the queen, now I assume it's queen takes, and I would guess even a simple move like queen takes d3 is probably pretty good.
This is insane. If he finds bishop e1 check, it's almost an immediate win.
He doesn't find it. He doesn't find it. Hikaru lives to see another day. That could be, I mean, if Hikaru goes on to do what Hikaru does, which is resourcefully defend losing positions better than any human in the world, this is going to be the moment that we look back on.
Oh, goodness me, what a big chance missed by Bortnik. And after rook f4, the position for Hikaru is still worse, but it's not about to collapse thanks to the trade of the bishops. He's protecting his king better.
Oh my God. I'm looking at chat now. The broadcast is on a 1-minute delay, which means the chat is on a delay. So shout out to Cutie Jelly, who was the first person who I saw recommend bishop to e1. Indeed. And we don't have the engine running, you see that bar, but I saw bishop e1 too, and I was like, is this the idea? And then as soon as we played it, that was just a knockout blow. That
was the Danny engine. Danny engine sees it. Bortnik did not.
Oh, Hikaru saw it too, apparently, according to Cutie Jelly. Must be watching both streams. Hikaru, you can always go check out Hikaru, by the way, as well, who's streaming his own commentary. If you're wondering, he's not just talking to himself on camera. He actually has a reason to be talking. Oh my gosh, I have this just like, this is going to be a game that Hikaru comes back and wins. I'm going to call it now, or he's at least going to draw. Hikaru's going to come back here. He's got a time edge, and we're going to be talking about bishop e1 as maybe a critical moment that saved Hikaru's entire Sunday, because that is a knockout blow. You're not going to get a second chance to play.
Yeah, this was a huge chance. What a beautiful tactical pattern it would have been, but missed by Bortnik, who is still better. But now what's going to happen with the b4 bishop? Do you need to guard it? Do you need to retreat? He takes on f3.
Oh, you could even take with the bishop here. You could go to the opposite bishop position. Oh, but then look at the move queen takes d3 on that. How nutty is that? If queen b4, queen d3, and you've got this massive X-ray going on. But I mean, if I was Hikaru, I would do this, Anna, because even there, queen b4, queen d3, I played bishop e3. Oh no, there's queen e2. Okay, kidding. But if queen b4 takes, maybe I have queen d2. My point is, if I get an opposite code bishop position, my chances of drawing just go way up, and I'm feeling like I dodged a bullet if I'm Hikaru getting to a blitz tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is pleased that the bishop e1 was not found. The position is still alive.
Okay, so he takes f3, and I guess that continues Bortnik's problems of how do you deal with both the bishop and the pawn, so it makes sense. But it's a very dangerous move. I mean, just my immediate thoughts are with queen to h5 check. Let's bring up an analysis board again if we can, because I have an idea. To the back. Queen h5, and if you move here, I think I have queen e2.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe not. I mean, if you go here, I have queen h2, but here was my point. I have some idea like this coming. Oh, doesn't quite work, but I want to force this trade on f8. And even if something like this happens, I want to just, crush through on the h file. So g5 is an idea that I'm looking for Bortnik to go for at some point to kind of force this trade on the f file.
Yeah, the crazy thing though is that Bortnik had that opportunity to play bishop e1 earlier and also had 2 extra minutes on the clock. Now both that opportunity with the tactics is gone. There's no more concrete winning line, and also his time advantage evaporated. It's now plus 1 minute for Hikaru.
Yep, he can play tickle if he wants, but ultimately I think he's probably still winning if he can figure it out. And it's got to be some version where you're neglecting the d5 pawn, even though it comes with check, but opening things. I like this crazy idea of g5. I know that it's probably doesn't always work, but
I wonder if he's going to play it or is he going to repeat because he is down to a minute. Oh, okay, he has given a few checks and then plays queen to e1.
Okay, it threatens queen h1, so that's fun. But queen takes d5 check protects that.
Yeah.
This is going the wrong way, as you said. Bortnik, his time advantage is gone. His advantage on the board is gone.
He's shaking his head now for that obvious reason. He knows that he has missed a big chance.
Yeah, Hikaru is. You can see his demeanor has changed from some version of Hikaru's number 7 to 11, where he, I don't know, he's a little frustrated. Now he's back to good old fashioned Hikaru number 3, focused and confident.
And I think you called it, Danny, that as soon as Bishop E1 was not on the board, Hikaru was back in the game. Still worse.
I've seen it. I've seen this, I've seen this dog and pony show before. I mean, it's just you have very few opportunities to put guys like him away. And as soon as you missed it, you could see the writing on the wall. And okay, anything can happen here. It's going to be a time scramble, and I don't discount Bortnik's bullet skills, as I said at the top of this match. But look at this. I mean, who's on the attack now? It's not black.
The rook lift is now starting checkmate in 1. It's also an extra pawn for white. I
think you have to find queen f1 now.
Check. And after the check, what does white do after queen f1? What's the best move? g6. Bortnik offers that pawn. So if queen takes g6, that's when he would give a check and he can take the rook. So his idea was that after queen takes g6, queen h1 check, he sacrifices his queen for the rook and then he wins white's queen back.
Indeed. Good line there. But Hikaru says, yeah, no worries. I'll push d5 followed by e6. Watch out for some ooh, now that's interesting. You're threatening rook h1, king g2, queen f1, shake and bake.
Not bad.
How do you deal with that?
I actually have no idea what Hikaru is supposed to do here. Also, the queen side, the a1 rook and the c1 bishop. He didn't find the way.
He just missed queen h5. If king g2, it's mate. Wait, what? Queen g1.
Happening?
Queen g1. Queen g1, the king goes to f3. I don't see it. Queen f1, he's forcing the king out. If you go to e3, there's bishop c5 check, forcing d4, which takes away the escape square. I still don't see the win.
Yeah, where is the checkmate? It feels like it has to start with bishop c5 to get rid of the d4 square, right?
Bishop c5, d4 is what I thought. Oh, nope, computer disagrees. Okay, the idea was maybe queen to g1 check, king f3, and then g5 again. I don't know how that was winning, but that was what the computer said was the mating net. Now we're back to nuttiness in Hikaru's wheelhouse.
What a game. It feels like Hikaru was going to get checkmated, but he escapes. Bortnik is down to 12 seconds.
This was all over the place. We'll back up and see what the win was for black for all of you screaming, what was the win? We don't know. We'll back up and find out. Don't you worry. We'll feed your baby birds, as I like to say. But first, we got to see what happens, because this is still crazy. Just rook f3 and then e6, I think, and that opens up the diagonal. Hikaru's going to get this one.
What an incredible game this has been. Bortnik had the win in his hands multiple times during the game.
Times. But I think it's easy. It was easier for us to see for sure, right? And I think that other than bishop e1, which the real issue with that bishop e1 moment, Anna, is I think Bortnik saw it. He was taking his time, right? So why didn't he play it? It was weird. We'll come back to it. But Hikaru looks like he's about to look at that move. Bishop g5 threatens d7. How do you stop it?
There's no stopping it. It seems h6. It's game over now after d7.
OMGs or snaps. This is what Hikaru does.
But okay, wait a second. Now that the pawns are disappearing from the board.
Oh, he missed rook d4. Oh my God. Rook d4 at the end. Now Bortnik is back to being the only one who can win this endgame, despite the huge time advantage.
Bishop, I was just going to say earlier, the rook and bishop versus rook is theoretically a draw, but the bishop is gone now.
this is one of those games where whoever gets by this match is going to be in much better shape, obviously. But I feel like it's like a wake-up game for both players. Missing tactics, neither on their A game, but ultimately Bortnik. This should be a draw, but Bortnik is the only one who can win, and you don't need to worry about his time on the clock. He's more than fast enough. Oh my gosh.
I cannot believe how many turns this game has already featured. Now, most likely it will lead to a draw, and that would mean a tiebreaker, a blitz tiebreaker.
We're going to blitz. And like I said at the top of this matchup, this is one of those rare opponents where you don't just say with every faster time control, the advantage goes up for Hikaru. I think Hikaru is still the decent, if not heavy favorite in the next segment, which is, of course, the 3-minute blitz. But if it gets to bullet, I don't know who I would take. I mean, so this should be a draw. You could have even, no, you can't trade rooks there. That's right, because the extra tempi. But okay.
What a game. And we'll still need to go back to the moment where Bortnik missed a checkmate net.
Yeah, I don't know if it was mate, but the computer was suggesting queen to g1. I turned it on for just a second because we couldn't solve it. I wanted to see what the win was, but we both thought it was bishop c5, and that's what Bortnik played. But that gave Hikaru's defensive chances back.
It's an insane game. I cannot believe that it will lead to a draw out of all the possible outcomes. This was the least likely to be a draw.
Shout out to Canty and Aquila in the chat using that new blunder emote. Shout out to all of our subscribers. We appreciate you. Get that blunder. What's funny is I literally can't control myself. I have nice. Rick takes B3. The OMG face happens naturally when there's blunders because I can't control it. Okay, stalemate. OMG, Anna. What a weird game. We're headed for a blitz tiebreaker. It probably starts right away, but we'll pull up a live analysis board because we got a show. First, again, Hikaru just plays rook f6 here and blunders this idea. Because of rook d4, he had to play rook f8. So let me pull up that game as the next one gets underway. We'll follow the opening in the live position. So rook f6 was bad. Until that moment, Hikaru was still winning. But if we go all the way back, Anna, to the position before the queens were traded, so black was winning here. And apparently the idea that was missed was queen to g1. The king goes back to f3.
Mm-hmm.
And then g5. I still don't see the immediate reason. I mean, what was the idea?
G5. So you're pushing the rook, let's say, to f5 or f6. What's the punchline?
And now if you check king g2, I don't get it. And then it says bishop e7. Wow.
Oh, goodness me, that's so obscure.
I mean, this is one of those crazy moments where like, okay, the engine was yelling at us, or the eval bar. The eval bar is evil because am I really going to hold this against anyone that's what a hard find to make. Everyone is beating their head down. Where's the checkmate? But there isn't one. You just have to subtly go back, win some material, and then you're threatening checkmate.
Yeah, this is crazy though, because even after bishop e7, it doesn't seem to be clear. Why is this winning on the spot if the rook goes to f7?
Yeah, I mean the main point is that like even if you move to f7, now you can check on the f file and you win the rook. That's
okay. Yeah, I forgot that the rook has to be in the square that's guarded. So let's say rook f5, where the rook is protected.
Oh, apparently now we check and play rook h2. I mean, again, I'm using the engine here, full disclosure. We don't do it often, but I just have to make sure that we're all not deprived of the answer. I mean, but okay, this is insane. And I can't hold it against them. Let's get back to the game in progress. But I mean, dear Lord.
Yeah, to sum up what happened then in the previous game, back and forth, but Bortnik missed a few winning chances. This last one being an impossible to find winning line.
Yeah, insane. So shout out to Hikaru for defending. Bortnik, as you said, had multiple chances. All that matters is we're here now, a blitz tiebreaker where Hikaru, like I said, my mind's still the heavy favorite. Bortnik and bullet is a different animal, but right here, Hikaru up almost a minute on the clock. Although we have one of these really fun kind of we'll quickly bring up the analysis board again, just so we were focused on the last game. We'll show the opening real quick. We had a bishop's opening. Ooh, we don't see that every day. With weird Bortnick in these openings, right? I mean,
he's playing openings you normally don't see played by grandmasters, at least not as the main repertoire.
He plays Queen H6.
Threatening checkmate in one, but
look at the idea. If knight E8, he has rook takes G7.
All right.
And it's either mate or you win the queen. Queen H6 from Bortnick.
What does black have to do? G6?
Yeah, Hikaru finds G6, and we're back in the live game here. What a weird position.
And after G6, he dropped the bishop back to B3. Now Hikaru takes on D5. This is such a double-edged position. Opposite side castling, and both players are going for the kill.
I love it. Down a minute, though. Bortnick can't get in trouble with this much complexity still on the board. I think this is already starting to lean a position where you start to like black a little bit. The immediate threats seem to be parried. As dangerous as this looks at first, where's the beef, right? I mean, black is totally fine. White is multiple moves away from some sort of firepower. Although, the D5 pawn, right? We'll see what happens here. If the position opens up, that might be a problem.
It's quite an incredible position to see, and especially after the previous game. I wonder if this split game will feature just as many turning points and back and forth. It feels like Rook FC8, for instance. Our engine doesn't like at all that move for some reason. It's saying that black had something much better, and now it's showing that white is doing extremely well.
Well, let's show it on the analysis board, because this is kind of funny. We have to show why D takes E5 wasn't just winning on the spot. We'll keep our players on camera. This looks to be winning, but the idea is Rook takes C3. And you don't have time to take F6 and mate because black is threatening checkmate of his own. So that was Hikaru's idea. But still, after A4, and you parry the threat on A2, now Bortnick is back to having pretty big advantage, actually. I think you just take D4, and the knight is a little loose. D5's a little loose. Wild chess here.
The pawn structure for white is anything but healthy, but it is an extra pawn, and it's white's attack that seems to be now taking the initiative now that the A file has been shut down with A4, and H4, H5 is coming up next.
Yeah, H4, H5. The threat, of course, is that the knight can't capture because the pawn is pinned. Okay, Queen E5 kind of makes sense here, but look at Bortnick pointing out that even the endgame is better for white at this point. Despite all the doubled Peshki here, black's weaknesses are actually worse. What a very, very technical and smooth approach here from Bortnick. I mean, it's not easy to pull back, the dogs, right? To call off the dogs when you're trying to attack the king, but he recognizes his new positional advantage. And he's really playing the full board here. Very nice.
And that full board, meaning that the D5 isolated pawn of Hikaru will drop. The only piece that could guard it is a rook move to A5. But after B4, I don't think that you can hold on to that D5 pawn. So he's losing a second pawn. And this time it's going to be crucial. Yeah. I think the current extra pawn for white didn't matter too much because of the doubled pawns and the very shattered pawn structure. But once the D5 pawn is gone, that will lead to multiple trades as well.
Bortnick taking his time, getting the king to a slightly more safe position before ultimately cashing in. But I think you're right, Anne. I think at some point you take here, and whether Bortnick can hold or not, that's a rook ending only white can win. And one of the reasons I think is that if everything is traded on D5, and in the end we have a rook ending where rook C2 comes, rook B5, rook F2, rook B7, white's A pawn is way faster, even if black wins all of these pawns. So yeah, exactly. Hikaru knows that. He's not going to go to the rook ending where white is easily winning.
So he keeps the queens on the board, and H5 has been pushed by Bortnick. Both of them are really low on time. There is an increment, so don't you guys worry. I don't think anyone will be flagged. but it's going to be hard to play the most precise moves with only seconds on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy stuff. We'll see if Hikaru can yet again hold himself a worse position. He'll definitely be kicking himself because he played brilliant defense in the first game and was winning until he blundered his bishop on d8. So ultimately that's the reason that we're here in the tiebreaker. But okay, it's not over yet. Hikaru holding a rook ending despite the huge advantage for white. It's not, there's no clear path. Plus Bortnik only has a few seconds.
It only has a few seconds, but as you mentioned, Danny, he's a beast when it comes to bullet format.
Sure. Yeah, Bortnik probably can't lose this one. The question is, can Hikaru hold and force us to bullet? Right now, oh man, that's it. That's the threat that you need. As soon as you're getting two passed pawns, king c4 and a5, that's going to be too much for Hikaru to hold this. Yeah, you play king c4, and I think on check, you might even just play rook d4, sacrificing f3. Yep, he does it. I think this is it. He's going to cash in. Short of a swindle, Bortnik. Whoa, what was that?
Triple B pawns. The B7 pawn is about to be promoted, but Hikaru is still trying with the G and F connected pass pawns.
And that's the problem. King c7 doesn't threaten b8. It threatens rook d8. Okay, you can do either one here. Wait, what?
He didn't play rook
my
d8.
God. He didn't play rook d8. He should have played rook d8. Oh my gosh. Hikaru does it again. What in the world just happened?
It was 1 move away from resignation.
Bortnik could lose this game now with only 4 seconds. He's just going to take a draw. Oh, is Hikaru going to try to play for a win? What is going on here? I am absolutely blown away. How did we get here? What in the world? Oh my gosh.
It feels like Bortnik knew all the way that he was going to play rook d8, but then he just didn't play it.
Yeah, I don't. Again, shaking his head there. What's funny is, okay, this is still a theoretical draw because the pawn and the rook are perfectly positioned to keep the king and queen at bay. So short of a blunder, this is a draw. But okay, we've said that before. And I would not doubt Hikaru Nakamura's ability to swindle. He'll play like queen a5 next or something. At some point, you put the queen on like an awkward passive square. You open up ideas of blunders, like here, b7 would have lost. Yeah, okay. Bortnik's not going to fall for it, but this is how you want to play. Passively make white make a blunder by separating the king and rook, and then maybe there's some sort of check.
I can't believe it. I'm just still here, like thinking of the previous game. How many missed chances were there in that game for both of them, actually? Now this game?
I know. This has just been... I mean, the fans have been saying it in chat, right? I mean, neither player seems totally on form, but they should say it with understanding, not judgment, because they're both way better than all of us combined. And the reality is this has been a topsy-turvy match. That's just the truth. With neither player would be saying they play their best chess. And I think we're headed for bullet. Hey, it's free chess, right? At least we get what we came for.
The funny thing is, though, Danny, you said at the start of this match that Bortnik, his bullet skills, Hikaru will want, the rapid, the blitz, time control. But in fact, now Bortnik is the one who can be really disappointed for having made it to a bullet.
It's wild. Yeah. I mean, Bortnik, if you came in, he would say, like, probably my best chances against Hikaru are in the fastest time control. But both of those games are full of regret. I mean, how did he not play rook d8? Oh my gosh, what craziness. So whether Hikaru goes on to win this match or not, there were multiple opportunities for Bortnik to be kicking himself, unfortunately. But this is what Nakamura does. So he's up, what, 20 seconds in his pet line. So.
And also psychologically, the boost that it gives to you that you survived the burst.
It's just so crazy, so wild. Hikaru back in his home territory, up a ton of time, comfortable in the position. I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but now I'm like, how did we get here? This is just so crazy to me.
Hikaru has proven to be invincible, even though he was this close to getting checkmated or having to resign because the opponent's opponent promotes.
Grandmaster Jim on YouTube says, wow, this guy could escape Alcatraz. There you go. That's right. Did you know that The Rock, Sean Connery's character, was actually a depiction of Hikaru Nakamura's life? Okay. Only person to ever get off The Rock, Sean Connery. Shout out to you, Nicolas Cage, massive talent. Wow, I'm just blown away. So, okay, I'm not going to count Bortnick out yet, but you look at it's almost psychological now, Anna. You can feel the air that has been sucked out of his room. He's down almost 30 seconds here. It's just.
Yeah, I don't think that after what he has missed, he's gonna be able to win this match. It just feels too much.
Yeah, it feels
no
like
break.
Yep. Yeah, Hikaru should be laughing. This is going to be one of those games where, like, and Donnie and I talked about this the last time we were hosting the RCC. That I forget who it was. I think it was who went on to win. It was maybe Grishik or Aronian went on to win that day, but Grishik, I think, made it very far, and he ultimately beat Hikaru that day, though his first match was an epic tiebreaker against Vidit, Anna. And we were calling it then. We were like, sometimes the person who starts off on the worst foot ends up being in the best shape at the end of it, right? Because you sort of like, you got the cobwebs out, and I think we've all been there as players where sometimes you feel like a really tough first round game that maybe you should have lost ends up being a good tournament for you, right? Because you ended up being in better shape than maybe you would have if it was an easy dub.
Yeah.
And
100%.
I'm just saying, if Hikaru gets by this match, watch out.
And it seems to be what's happening. He has a bit more time. It's bullet with increment. But when it comes to what we have on the board, to be fair,
yep,
it could be another draw.
It could be another draw. We have double bullet, double the fun. So we were okay. It's down to the time scramble. Here we go. Will we see an eval bar that makes Danny have a heart attack, or will we have a draw? One of those two things is going to happen. Either a blunder or a draw.
So in case of a draw, we'll see another one of these.
I think so, right?
Fashions.
I think we see another bullet game before Armageddon. How does that work? Let me ask okay, it goes right to Armageddon.
Armageddon straight away, which has not happened many times in the history of the Rapid Chess Championships. Usually is one or two tiebreakers, but the fact that this is going to be their third draw.
Yeah. Well, if it happens, at this point, Hikaru has put himself in that rare territory. Let's not forget Pickett Kasparov, right? This is an endgame that has been won, even in over the board long time control chess. So it's a theoretical draw, and Black actually does have the ideal setup for those wondering. A big part of the key is that this pawn. In fact, if you flip the pawns and have this formation, it's actually a theoretical loss. So good note that this is the ideal defensive setup. Yes, it should be a draw, but if you want to see how it was lost by the world champion, go right now. Pickett, Kasparov, chessgames.com or chess.com Game Explorer. You can go check out that endgame.
And so Hikaru is still pushing because even though this is a theoretical draw, he has all the rights to push and try to win it.
Yep. And stranger things have happened. So.
Like as strange as we have a user called Bortnick in our Twitch chat, and people are wondering how can Alexander be such a good multitasker? Playing bullet against Hikaru and typing in the chat.
Classic. Renaissance man, that's it. You go to the Lucina, white wins. It's over.
He blew it.
King H7. Oh, he tried to play for the bullet trick there with Rook A5, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You get the queen. Hikaru goes, can I retire now? Hikaru, you are too much. This is ridiculous.
Bortnick is laughing at the end and does a thumbs up to Hikaru. I guess after all this, he cannot
Bortnick
believe it.
is shaking his head. We've got 5,500 on Twitch, 3,500 on YouTube. No matter where you're watching, shout out. Hey, everybody on Chess TV as well. Hikaru's got 8,000 viewers. This is hype, and I'm calling it right now. Hikaru might have just gotten exactly what he needed, which was a match he didn't really deserve to win, right? He gets by the hair on his chinny chin, but now he's going to be wide awake. So Jeffrey Zhang is sitting there like, you got to be kidding me. This is ridiculous. Unreal.
I don't think Hikaru himself believes how many times he had to escape from completely lost positions.
Yeah, and we'll show real quick what the loss was here. So king h7, sacrificing the f for the h is the absolute wrong idea. Just because now, I mean, he did it because the quick calculation was, well, if he takes right away, I'll take this one. But after rook f5, you actually have you don't have any time to go back because h7 will be played next and deflect the king. So king h7. But okay, the right idea to hold this endgame, you have to try to keep the opposite of that. You want the h pawn to advance where you can pick it off, because if somehow these two are traded, it's an easy draw. So even king f8 is better, I think, because if h7, you have rook h1. And if the rook goes away, you can start checking and you're still drawing. So easier said than done. We kind of saw it coming. No judgment to Bortnik, but it all came down to that bishop. He had bishop e1 in game one. What was he, right? He thought about it. What a strange moment in hindsight that he didn't play it.
Yeah, that was certainly the most mysterious mischance, because he stopped to calculate it. And for sure, he had his eyes set on that move. He still had plenty of time to think about it, and yet he didn't play it.
Okay, well, we have another matchup getting set to start. I'm not sure if we have a break or not. We might just be diving right in.
I think we have our players ready here. So Danny, no bathroom breaks for us. We should have put our diapers on at this rate.
Anna, you're not supposed to share what I put in the DMs. Now Anna just leaked. I just told the whole broadcast room that I need to pee. And Anna says no bathroom break. Thanks a lot, Anna. All right, let's go. I'm going to hold it. Don't worry.
Happy to be hosting with you as always.
Well, here we go. Is the next game underway yet? I'm sorry, I wasn't following the players. Usernames. We've got.
We can comment on their body language in the meantime and their thinking poses.
Yeah, I don't think they've started yet.
See, they wanted to give you the bathroom break.
They wanted to give you the bathroom break, but the producers say no. And here we go. No, not yet. Okay, we're gonna get them pulled up right now. And okay.
This is the calm before the storm, our next quarterfinals match. Dmitry Andreikin against Jose Martinez. Both of them regular faces of the Rapid Chess Championship knockout formats.
There we go. And we are off. We are off. We have an English. Okay, so what was it? It was knight f3, not in English, but transposition via knight f3 move order. We have a symmetrical English with e3 on the board. Andreikin, not playing obscure trickiness like Bortnik did against Hikaru, but also known for kind of being a move order Jekyll a little bit. He's just like he loves kind of messing with his opponents to try to get something that has them uncomfortable out of the first stage.
And that is already somewhat succeeding, even if the position, this is just a symmetrical English, it has made Jose spend quite some time whether to push d5 or not.
Yep.
So he goes for this line. Of course, this is still very theoretical. It was more about the, as you mentioned, Danny, the move order and trying to trick your opponent to this or that variation. And it has worked in terms of the time management for sure. Dmitry Andreikin is ahead already 1.5 minutes ahead of his opponent in the opening.
Yeah, let's bring up the analysis board real quick, and we'll kind of show the key to what the move order was, because now we've transposed into a structure that is very much like a reversed kind of Sicilian in some ways, without the pawn being fully extended. But after e3 and d5, the trade of the c for the d pawn is a structure that you get with colors reversed in a Taimanov type Sicilian or a Paulsen type Sicilian. White wants to play for d4 at some point. And interesting that black plays bishop d7 and then e6. You kind of have to in this situation because e5 likely just loses the pawn. But I'm liking Andreikin's position already because of it. That move order transposition, because black couldn't do what you would normally do as white in a Taimanov structure, means that black/white already has what he wants here, which is the nice center. And look at this. I mean, like you said, Anna, it's working not just on the clock, but on Draken has an edge out of the opening, and I love how he does this. I feel like I see him do this all the time.
Yeah, and he makes it seem so easy, but it's so difficult to get any advantage out of any opening nowadays.
Yep. Someone in chat just said Dimitri Draken looks like a football player. He's got he looks strong. Big neck, I guess, if that's what you're saying.
Which football are you guys talking about? I'm European.
Oh, that's true. I forgot. Football or football?
Yeah. Shout out to John Herschel for being a master of both trades.
Yeah, really. We miss that guy. Shout out to our guy, John. All right, Rook to B1 is played. You've got a very nice, solid center structure supported by C3. It's funny because to me, you know, the eval bar says close to equal. I really feel like White's position is so much easier to play. And I feel like this is one misplacement of a move order or a piece for White's advantage to get big, whether this bishop ultimately falls back and you're sort of supporting a structural change for the king side, which would unleash a tempo, whether White plays like queen e2, bishop e3, rook d1. If you have the same type of position, Anna, but the bishop is on g4 for black, pinning the knight, which undermines the center, and black plays queen c7, rook d8, then it's almost like black has a Grunfeld type structure, right? Where black can attack the pawn. But I feel like here, it's really hard for me to see black putting pressure against White's optimal center.
Yeah, the center is really strong. And now b5 is a way in which black is trying to grab some space as well, going for the queenside pawn pushes. At the same time, with the bishops on d7 and e7, there still definitely need to be some regrouping, maneuvering the pieces to somewhere else. It's not ideal how black's pieces are placed, and you cannot really put up much pressure where it most counts, and that is the center.
Yep. People pointing out that I may or may not be holding my need or desire to go use the restroom. We're not going to focus on that. This is a professional show. Focus on the chess. This is a professional show. Okay.
But they have given you new nicknames and all. I have seen some great suggestions in the chat.
That's what they do. So to Jospim's credit, White didn't get the ideal setup I wanted, which was the queen here and the rook here. Because now one of the things about this is, even though the optics look good for White, where do you put the queen to kind of get out of the way? Because here's black is bringing the queen out and then putting the rooks on d8 and c8. So when this tension eventually breaks, black's pieces are tactically ready. White doesn't have a great spot for the queen to get off of those eventually opening files here. And so, okay, so that's why the position is close to equal, right? White has the center, but how do you use it?
That is a great question. How do you use it? I'm just so entertained by the chat. Sorry, Danny. That ever since that moment happened, I need to pull myself together to focus on the chess moves and not your new lovely names. But other than that, and that you look like Tom Cruise, which I did not know, there's so much you can learn from the chat. Knight a5. Knight a5 was the choice of Jospim. Where is this knight heading? Knight c4 seems to be the obvious square.
I like that move, and it's funny because you laugh in the face of danger here, probably for good reason. Let's bring up the analysis board and just quickly take a look at why d takes c5 wouldn't have been played. I think probably just queen c7. Yeah, and then you're gonna regain the pawn. You actually then prevent knight e5. It's exactly what White doesn't want, because when the smoke clears, you're left with this isolated c pawn. So instead, Andrejkin plays knight e5. A nice kind of counter maneuver, right? Anna, you bring your knight away from the center to hit c4. I immediately expose the square you've left behind to try to win the bishop pair. So good chess from both sides, and the struggle is real.
And after c takes d4, Andrejkin is taking some time. He's not going for the immediate, most obvious c takes d4. He's considering whether it's better to capture with the bishop or even the queen. Yeah.
It's funny because both of those moves are positionally the wrong move with c3. He ultimately does decide he'd rather keep the structure together. But I agree with you. Those were both real options, and that's why he paused to look. Now we have a Grunfeld structure. I know I keep talking about the maneuvers of the pieces being similar to a Grunfeld, really the only major difference being that the bishop isn't on the Grunfeld diagonal. But everything else about this is very similar. You have White with a center and the threat of the d pawn being passed. You have Black with the long-term 2-on-1 majority, which is key in every Grunfeld ending. So the question is, does white center pass pawn and the pressure that comes with the pieces behind it overtake black's ability for a long-term edge? This is the struggle as old as time, as they say, when it comes to the Grunfeld. As old as time. Whenever I say as old as time, I have to slip into an old English accent. It just as old as time.
It's beautiful, Danny. And white's position too is beautiful. Apparently, knight c6 was not the best move for Jaspem. I wonder if it's connected to the fact that white will end up taking the bishop and not the knight. And then the pair of bishops, bishop f3, that long diagonal looks tasty. I
think you're absolutely right. Knight takes, whether you play bishop f3 first or even like a queen. The only thing I'm worried about is the rook coming to d8. But either way, I think that bishop f3 or queen d2, you're going to put the rook here and eventually get d5. It's got to be knight takes d7 as the edge that Andre can get.
He's still thinking, so he has the choice of trading the knight or the bishop. He ends up taking on d7 to get the pair of bishops and immediately a4.
He takes it. Ooh, I like that too.
Yeah.
That's undermining the queen side. I mean, because if the pawn captures, this is just fantastic for white. The queen takes, a6 is a target. You're going to immediately use the d1 square for the rook. I am loving the ability for me to press alt, control, regular, shift. So many colors that I can create. Sorry, I just love it. Danya has nothing on me.
So when it comes to the battle of Danny's, you're the one with the better colors.
That's right. Better color scheme. He may have the GM title, all right, but I color between the lines real good. I went to the school for kid who colored good.
I think that matters. I think that adds another letter to your title for sure.
Thank you. Okay, b4, d5, kicking the pony. b4 will be a nice pawn if you can reinforce it, but will you have time, right? If you get a5 and you protect it, it's a different game. Can black pull that off before you have issues here? I mean, now there's pawn takes and queen takes as options.
And he's considering which one is more accurate. Do you want or do you not want? The queen's on the board in that arising position with a pair of bishops.
I was going to say, instinctively, I feel like the endgame, he goes for it because after the knight moves, we even have like bishop f4, and we're immediately threatening d6 to cut off the bishop. So this is the line I was thinking in my head. Bishop f4 comes. If you play bishop up, I can take and take. I know it's an opposite bishop ending, but I'm up a pawn. And if you move the knight, if I play d6 right away, you take, I take, you get checked. So if bishop f4, knight g6, bishop g3, black gets rook d8 in time. Very, very close. What will happen here?
Yeah, it all seems very close. And at the same time, it is white who is putting pressure on that a6 pawn. So for black, it's going to take longer to activate the rook since it has to be holding onto the pawn. And if you push a5, that costs one tempo. And at the same time, the white rook is about to enter black's position with rook c7.
This is a super strong move, seriously, because grabs the c file. You can't challenge it because we trade and then win a6. And that is a super GM move, right? Pointing out all the problems with black's position. And if you play bishop d6 to try to guard it all, you guard c7, you guard the knight, then bishop f4 comes and you feel the cramp. Actually, if bishop d6, there's even bishop c5 in some positions to trade and then go after the b pawn.
Yeah, this is gonna be really tough for Jaspem to defend against all of those threats. Rook f to d8 is his choice, attacking the d5 pawn.
Okay, there's rook c7, there's bishop d4, there's bishop f4. Okay, if rook c7, bishop d6, rook b7. No, even more aggressive. Plays f4. Okay.
f4 meaning that the knight has to leave that square, and after if he needs to guard the pawn in the future, he will now have the f3 or c4 squares for the bishop.
Yeah. And I think the idea was if knight g6, white was probably going to enter anyway because of rook d5, there was bishop f3 skewering the two rooks. So he plays knight d7, but Andrejkin really putting on a technical clinic here if he can keep the pressure up. Threatens d6, probably bishop d6 now, and then rook c6, and white is just one move after another, right? Keep the pressure, keep the pressure.
Yeah, and even if Jasper plays something like rook a to c8, white can still play rook c6 because that pass pawn would be way too strong after the trade.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, rooks. Yeah. Now, because you're really good point, Anna. Rook c8 is possible now that the bishop isn't winning a6. But as Anna said, if rook c8, white's just going to put the rook on c6 anyway and just anchor it in.
Yeah, the rook a to c8 to step out of the long diagonal, but it doesn't help much either.
Yep. Yeah, rook a c8, rook c6. I think black probably needs to play a move like bishop f8. I'm just assuming that bishop d6, rook c6. You could. Whoa, wait. Does this move? But I think your move is going to come. Although knight to b8, that's the idea.
Yeah. So he has a point. By moving the rook away, he is preparing to make a passive knight retreat, but at least it would force white to trade and not allow rook takes c6, d takes c6.
Yep. Plays rook c6, knight b8. What's the idea now? Andrejkin obviously anticipated this. Must have. So rook. Okay, but if you move the rook, there's even rook c3 coming in, and now we're getting. I mean, just to show a cool line, if rook b6, rook c3, king f2, is there rook e3, king e3, bishop c5? Bob's your uncle on b6. Andrejkin has to pause here. We might get equal on the clock. If this becomes a pure time scramble, I said it many times yesterday. So to prove that I truly am just a broken record, I will say that no one wants to play a time scramble versus Jasmine. This guy wins positions like that. I just all the time. He's just so tricky. Yeah.
Well, this is certainly a critical moment because the evaluation board is still showing advantage for white, but it's no longer that obvious. What is the move that keeps that advantage? He plays rook b6, but this could be met with rook c3, yeah?
I guess if king f2, rook e3, you can't play rook b8 because I take with check and then take back. So rook c3, he obviously has something else in mind. No. Maybe it was, okay, maybe there were back rank issues and bishop d4. Okay, so instead he frees the back rank. But now I really think that this is starting to slip a little bit.
Yeah, and the evaluation board agrees with you, Danny, that black is now having a much better chance of holding this.
Yep, f5, rook c3. Come on, play rook c3. Play it.
I think he will. I think he will. He's gonna do it now, unless he's afraid of f6. So is f6 an issue? Maybe not. Maybe not an issue if you can just. Well, first of all, after rook c3, the bishop has to move. But in general, what you do with this f5
I like
pawn.
your idea though, because it's a good point. If rook c3, there's like bishop g5 and then f6. So maybe you're right. Maybe this is okay. Well, the time pressure is real. I'm anxiously awaiting the end of this game. I will not lie. And we've got a lot of people tuning in, no matter where you are. Thanks for being here on this Sunday.
He takes on f5. Ugly pawns, but no longer there's a pawn push. Yeah,
it stops your whole f6 idea.
So a5, white is making sure that black's pawns can't be connected on the queen side.
Okay, apparently rook c3 is no longer what the doctor ordered. There must be, bishop d2 hits this, opens up check, but doesn't care. So now, yeah, I think maybe his.
Maybe there was something even more than this, but it's just such a mess. The position, both players have been making slightly imprecise moves because it's not obvious at all.
Yeah.
What is the right way to play?
Well, in rook a3, it's not just an exchange of the b pawn for the a pawn, because at the end of the line, white is threatening the knight after everything clears. And if you have to defend the knight, white will have time to either advance d6, look to double rooks on the 7th rank. So, okay, so he plays rook c2, but I don't think he's gonna just take back on b4. Wait, unless there's if he brings the knight into e5, maybe that's his idea. He's gonna try to use the rook on the 2nd rank and the knight activate to get some counter chances against the king. I like it.
And so Andrejkin is considering whether to capture on b4 with the rook from the back rank or the rook from b7.
Sorry, laughing at Ghost Chili. Shout out to Collegiate Chess League. Joe Bruin hanging out in the chat. Okay, knight d7. No, but I really do like this idea, even though it's okay. White won the pawn. I think this was exactly the right type of counter chance, because if this rook leaves the 4th rank, and Anna, we've got knight, pawn, and rook doing things to the white king. This is it's like one of those positions where it's even more dangerous because of the time control, right?
Mm.
Even if there's an accurate way to get out of it, that's not a fun position to solve when the rook and knight are doing work. Here it comes.
Yeah, this is so tricky. So rook a7 was with the idea of doubling rooks in the 7th rank. He can play rook b4 to b7, but it's not the end of the line, because this knight on e5 is guarding f7 and is putting pressure on white's bishop on f3. So plenty of chaos here created by only a few pieces.
Yeah. No, I really like how Jocelyn played this. He's so tricky. If the rook leaves, f4 already threatens some sort of check and check back. I mean, black might already be in perpetual territory. So, whoa, wait. That allows check and knight d3 check. What is going on? What am I missing?
Has he just blundered this?
Wait, but the computer doesn't say so either. What is the deal? Check?
Maybe white's position is so much better, or was so much better, that even blundering an exchange doesn't blow away the,
what a
the
brilliant
full point.
idea. Look how brilliant that is. I mean, okay, analysis board to the bat cave. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If rook c1 check, king f2, knight d3, king g3, this king walk is actually fantastic for white, because there's, whether you win the pawn or not, there's actually no way for black to get any more. And the bishop on f3, perfectly guarding d5. What? Okay, and so Jocelyn doesn't even go for it. He says, I don't want any part of being down the exchange with an active white king. I'm just going to go for the rook ending.
And this rook ending seems to be a lot easier from the previous positions, considering how difficult it was for Jocelyn to hold against the pair of bishops in the first place.
Yeah, that was mind-blowing. I mean, that's the kind of move by Andrei. Rook f4. What a just deep understanding. I would never walk into the face of a fork. I mean, I would just feel, like, what the fork would I be doing? I would never do that. What the fork? That's what WTF truly stands for all the kids watching.
What a fork indeed. We do have fork emotes on our Twitch channel. If you guys are subscribers, or if you're not subscribers, it's a good moment to consider the subscription.
We actually have an interview coming up with Jeffrey Zhang at the break, when I get my well-deserved bathroom break that the world now knows about. Throw us your prime if you're thinking about it. We appreciate your support. But all right, here we go. King e4, rook a8. This is not over yet, because it's only 28 seconds and the past a pawn. The fear you would have, Anna, is some endgame where the a pawn gets traded for both f pawns. Like if white manages to win both, even if you sacrifice this, and if this king is not back, you can lose that endgame, right? So even though a traditional 2-on-1 endgame is a draw, if this king is not ideally placed, right, like it gets cut off, or worst case scenario, it's even further away, that's a winning endgame. So you have to be very careful. Yeah,
it's true that this is still tricky, but man, this game had also, just like the previous quarterfinal match between Hikaru and Bortnik, featured quite a few moments of tables turning, and whether it's winning or already a draw. Now black is threatening checkmate in 3.
So if you play rook g8, black will go after the a pawn. Oh my gosh, this is draw by best player not. This is a nutty position. Thanks to Creative J there with the sub. We appreciate that. Throwing us your prime, using those 4 key emotes. Okay, rook g8, rook a2. Here comes a little bit of a Chekaruski. No, go after the f pawn first. You can take, actually, because there's no back rank. You get to back that thing up to f1 and go to a drawn ending. So, okay. Like the other match, I think we will get a draw, but
a draw is a good result. Every time we see a Rapid Chess Championship Sunday knockout, draw means more games.
And a draw means the game starts instantly, which means I don't get a bathroom break. LOL.
Better, even better. Let's break Danny.
No, somebody blunder, please. Please. Oh my gosh. This is what happens when you chug a gallon of coffee and you just start slamming water. Think ahead, kids. I told you to go pee before we got in the car. I know, Dad, but I didn't have to go then.
So it begins.
All right, I can hold it. You know what? I know it may not be good, for my prostate, but we didn't mean to talk about that today on the show, so we'll just keep talking about chess. Dear God.
With this draw,
a draw.
No break for
break.
Danny.
I'm not gonna get up. I don't want to miss this, and I don't want to leave you hanging. So we got this. All right, we've got a real. I just got to keep focused on what matters in front of us.
Yeah, like
okay.
Which drinks are your favorite, Danny? Like, do you...
Let's not talk about that. I'll tell you what's not my favorite right now is G Fuel. Okay, I'll tell you that. No, I'm kidding. Shout out to G Fuel. We love you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny. For not making me lose my contract. No, in terms of the game.
We love G Fuel around here. We've got, do you have any promo codes going on? We'll give them some pre-love. Give a shout out to your promo code.
Just my first name. I'm the only Anna, or was the first Anna, but that's my code at G Fuel for all the discounts.
Love it. All right, we have a Ruy Lopez transposed into, well, a Ruy Lopez, but sort of an Italian structure with the slow jam of C3 and eventually D4, which means the bishop gets to back up. It's a funny position because, again, part of the reason White's edge is so big here, everyone, is precisely because of this little move. The fact that bishop G4 can't be played, which is often key to kind of undermine White's protection in the center, right? Black has a whole bunch of pieces putting pressure, but the knight and the queen hold everything without the pin on G4. So I think, okay, White plays bishop E3. I think even bishop C2 was fine, and that's why White has an edge here, because the center is not going anywhere.
Yeah, the center is not going anywhere. Danny is not going anywhere. The chat is having a great time talking about it. Dimitri Anakin has an extra minute on the clock, and this is already at the Blitz time control. Just a reminder on the format that you're witnessing one game matches. We are only seeing this Blitz game because the Rapid game was a draw. So this is a 3+2, 3 minute, 2 second increment Blitz game. Pieces are being traded. This is a solid structure.
Yes, it's weird because the double pawns at first, I was like, wait, D takes E5, but White gave up the center edge and doesn't have anything really concrete to show for it. It's funny because part of the problem was that White was down in development. Normally, you wanted to build up your pieces before breaking the tension, so that you're already ready to do what Jocelyn was trying to do. Meaning, if this knight was already putting itself on D5, Anna, completely different eval. The fact that White is down several moves before the center opened up, so the computer didn't like D takes E5 either. If we back up, I'm sure that the best move back here was some other simple move like knight BD2. Yeah, indeed. I'm actually really surprised by that, because the most natural developing move, at some point you break the tension, whether the knight goes to C4 or F1, you have this ultimate goal that the structural shift of removing the C pawn makes D5 an outpost square. But this was a really sort of hasty decision from Jospem, and now Black is just right back in the game because White is slower than Black in terms of the knight getting in. So anyway, sorry, a little bit of a positional lesson tangent. I'm gonna drink to that.
Go ahead, Danny. Enjoy your glass of water. Drink as much as you would like. You need to hydrate.
Yeah, stay hydrated, Dan. All right. Well, the position has slipped away a little bit. Combine that with a 90-second advantage for Andreykin, and I'm rooting for decisive chess here. Let's go.
But you are biased, Danny. We gotta root for more chess. We gotta root for more chess. This is a solid position. It does look like Andreykin is in the driver's seat for sure. More time and also putting pressure on White. I agree with you that this D takes E5 was not the most precise for White, and now it is Black who can actually play for having a bit of an advantage and increasing that advantage further.
Yeah, and you were saying Black has pressure. I agree. I mean, like, it's not an immediate, just because you put the queen there doesn't mean you're mating, but okay, now you can play queen E6 with tempo. At some point, it just gives up H3 with check. The knight would get trapped. Very interesting. King G2, queen E6. I have no idea what was going to go on there. And suddenly we flipped around again, and Jospem is doing just fine here.
Yeah, it goes to show how difficult it is to always find the best moves of the engine because the bar is not agreeing with the players. It goes back and forth a little bit.
Okay, b4 played with tempo, probably followed by king g2. Unless knight c4 is played, then you have to exchange. Okay, so knight c4 comes. And white's edge here, I think, has got to be based on the fact that the d file probably belongs to white on a move like queen to b6, because this feels really strong. You hit the rook.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't do it.
Yeah, because maybe at the same time after queen b6, black could trade on d1 and
sorry,
pick
I
up
was
the
wondering.
e4
You're right.
pawn.
Queen e4. Okay, my bad. I thought I had rook d8 at the end, but the knight was guarding it. So instead, he rushes the h-pawn, alpha 0 style. Now here comes knight f5. He wants threats of h6 on a regular basis. I like white's position still. Knight f5. And at some point, this is something you have to watch out for.
Queen b6 indeed, or could be the moment now. Wait a second, knight g5 was threatening the
king g2,
fork.
yeah.
So the queen couldn't go to b6 just yet because of knight f3, but it still felt like because the d8 rook was going to be hanging, it was actually okay to miss that fork.
I think queen b6 was missed there. He played king g2 sort of. Sometimes that's like just a blitz move you respond with right away because there's a fork. But even now, queen to b6 is strong because the rook is greater than the knight. Let's analyze it real quick. To the bat cave we go. Queen to b6.
And if rook takes d1.
I think I have queen takes f6.
What?
I think I have it. Queen takes f6.
Oh, goodness me. And if g takes f5,
you take
queen
with check.
takes g5, then you pick up the rook.
Then you pick up the rook. I think that white is winning on queen to b6, but he didn't play it. He played knight h6. Queen to b6 was winning. King g7, knight g4. Still a ton of pressure here with h6 check, but I think that Jasper missed his chance. Queen to b6 was lights out.
This is, of course, still an advantage, as you mentioned, Danny, but no longer a concrete way of converting it. There's no more cashing in.
The decisive win we're all hoping for. Okay. Yeah, queen. The more I think about it, queen b6 was just concrete. That's a tough idea to see, right? To walk into this idea that you have to play queen f6 on rook d1.
Yeah.
But it was game over if he saw it.
He missed it, but he maintains the pressure. Now he has both of his heavy pieces doubled on the only open file, the d file.
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait to have Fabi and Lavon back in the RCC. A little bit of traveling going on. I'll check out with Fob, see where he's at. I know he's doing lots of candidate preps right now, but agree with you. L18 on YouTube. But these games have not disappointed today. I mean, this whole weekend has been full of excitement, but I've been having a lot of fun here. Queen d5, go to the endgame. What's the idea? Why? Oh, wait. No, it's not knight takes e5 because you can't take the knight without the rook. The rook hangs first on d1. So what's the move here for white? Why is it winning? It wasn't queen
Apparently
d6.
not this, but still did. No, we turned one move back, right?
I think it was queen to d7 and then queen d6 threatening this. Oh, you induce the rook up.
Wow.
And now e7. Okay, he doesn't find it. He plays queen d6, knight e6. What a wild game.
And it's still not over. It feels like Jostam is closer and closer to
Only 8 seconds on the clock.
Getting that full point, and yet it's not exactly a concrete conversion yet.
A5. Okay. But still, like, just something is just, he's just missing opportunities to be aggressive on the D file here. Okay, now you can get check. And if rook e7, no, he goes after f6. Okay, that makes sense. Queen
what
d2.
If he now plays rook d7, queen d2?
One of the key things, Anna, is the computer must like an idea that the queen eventually enters in and you give up b2 in exchange for the pressure, where you give up the check, the king hides. And that's the idea that I think is just psychologically very difficult for Jospin to go for from a human perspective. He didn't want to enter here to go for f6 because of that, but he may have missed his chance.
Yeah, psychologically and also time-wise, he only has a few seconds. And now this endgame, again, is winning because the a-pawn will drop.
You can even play rook b4 here. I think the knight ending is probably winning. If you go for the rook ending, you're more, oh, rook a2 just feels wrong. Passive move. Come on, Jospin, you're up a pawn. 7 seconds to 10 seconds. Nope, no longer up a pawn. You are up a pawn. If knight e4, there was knight c4.
I'm guessing he wants to bring the king, but after king f3, there's still a rook f7 check.
Nice move. Rook f4, going after the pawns, abandoning b2, frees up the white rook, but he's getting counterplay. We're back to a totally unclear position here.
I can't believe that Andreikin is back in the game after so many missed chances by Jospin, and this could still be even a win for Black if the tendency goes the way it is, or maybe a repetition of moves, and that will mean an additional game, a tiebreaker of the tiebreaker, no breaks.
Okay, knight d5, come on, knight e4 check wins g5. Now all of a sudden it might be Black who's on the prowl for a W. You take, and if knight f6 check, you don't have anything. Oh man, no, he plays king b5. If knight c4, king b5, he just blundered his knight with knight b6 check. Knight b6 check was a blunder of a piece.
He
Oh
has
my
to play
god!
knight a4, but that's so sad after having had a winning position for so many moves in the middle game.
That is unbelievable to give a check and to walk yourself into that kind of danger. Even now, I know the piece isn't gone yet, but it's basically lost, completely trapped on a4.
He knows it. He's shaking his head. This has been such a big blunder, and unfortunately, that will eliminate Jospin from the knockout of today.
What an interesting transition there. Kind of unnecessary, but I like it. Technical and accurate, and Dmitry Onjakin frees me from my shackles with the W. What a great, by the way, in the hustle we were looking at it, for those who are really wondering where the win was, I quickly turned on the engine before the time screen was there, and it was an idea of queen d6 to give up b2 that he was consistently missing. So an understandable human issue, right? Really hard to walk into a line like that, but Jospin misses his chance to convert on the d-file edge, and Ondrakin ultimately holds and wins the endgame. Bananas.
And that means bathroom break. So we're going to take a very short time to sort out the matters. And then we are back with the next quarterfinal match.
We will be back with the next quarterfinal. We still have tons of chess ahead, but the last quarterfinal matchup comes next before we officially move to the semis. I believe we have an interview with Jeffrey Zhang at the break as well. We will be back in just a few minutes as the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase continues on.
Okay, first of all, congrats, Jeffrey, on an amazing win. How do you feel?
Thank you. Yeah, it feels really nice. Good start for sure. I think I played. It was very double-edged. There was one moment that I was worried after he took on h2, king h1. I think he had to try rook e8 in that position, and it's very unclear. But after what he did in the game, it should be good for me.
Right. Yeah, actually, that reminds me of a question from the chat. Draitman13 asks, did you ever feel like your advantage slipped away, or did you think you were more or less winning the whole time?
So there are two phases in the game where I was probably unsure. So that one moment where he sacrificed his knight, and then it was very tricky for me. How do I actually break his setup, like with the knight on d6, queen on f6? So I was pretty much moving around aimlessly until I finally found this idea with rook e6. And then again in the endgame, I blundered the rook takes e6 idea, which gave him chances. And in the end, it might actually be a draw. I'm not sure, like rook against knight. I know that it can be very drawish, but with the time situation, it's always hard for him to find all the moves.
as we get set for our final quarterfinal matchup of the day, which is Iragaisi versus Serrana. We talk about the fact that Iragaisi will be throwing down in the Junior Speed Chess Championship tomorrow versus Muradli. Mohamed Muradli. And Serrana, of course, someone who's played in the JSCC more than a few times back when he was under the age of 21. But he is no longer that young. Now playing in the Rapid Chess Championship, though. Fun little time ahead here with Iragaisi Serrana. This should be an exciting match.
And the winner of that matchup will be the opponent of Dimitri Andreikin, who has just managed to win his match against Jospin. What a match that has been, though, Danny, with so many missed chances for both players. But eventually in the last game, it was actually Jospin who was so close to converting it into a full point, but couldn't find the win.
Yeah, no, this was a wild one. Andreikin, as resourceful a defender as any, and he does get credit for holding it, but for sure Jospin was in control and let it go. But all right, the game is off. We are off to see the Wizard, Iragaisi, and Serrana, and already they are blazing fast here. We'll back up and see the first few moves of the opening. We didn't even have time to see before we're in this sort of. Well, this must have been a Verisov, some sort of weird queen's pawn opening, but not a traditional queen's gambit.
Definitely not a traditional one. And also white has traded their light squared bishop off for one of the knights of black, meaning that there's this a6 bishop. That's either a good or bad piece. It's got an empty diagonal just for itself.
Yeah, the diagonal is empty, but like you said, the light squared bishop is still gone. You have the positional weaknesses in exchange for it. Right, if you're white, you've got the c6 and doubled a pawns to kind of poke at for the rest of the game. But this is a dynamic one. I love how black is playing this because when c5 comes, that's what you want, the position to start to open up for the bishops. And even if you have to give back one of the bishop pair, I think that's probably a good idea. Although I don't know, what a weird. I don't know how you would approach this if you're black, because I feel like if that happens, the counter is that the a pawns are just really the ugliest things that are happening here.
It certainly is not a very healthy pawn structure, and that's one of the pluses in white's position here. That knight on a4, pointing out that square is a square that black cannot access, and the pawns themselves are weak. But I'm curious how this will proceed, because the evaluation was showing almost something immediate, something concrete. Is showing quite some advantage, or do you think it's just simply the fact that
just
it's a
positional.
long-term positional advantage?
White could probably play bishop g3 and sit on it. You could also play, he plays knight d3, which makes sense because now the bishop on g3 comes with a tempo. And in fact, I think that's exactly what the right idea was. If we're talking about why the computer likes white, this outpost square is really calling your name, right? If you like it, then you better put a knight on it. I'm pretty sure Beyonce talked about that.
Exactly. That was the original lyrics. It's a shame they changed it later.
Seriously, yesterday there was some sort of wedding or something going by my house, and like you kept hearing this DJ, and then like they just like had a Beyonce fetish, and it was like one after another, and it was like playing these hits. But I've been on record. I'm a Destiny's Child fan, not a Beyonce fan. There, I said it. Guilty.
Whoa!
I miss it. I miss when it was the trio.
To be fair, they were a great band. I used to listen to their songs too.
All right, the knight comes to c5. White's plan is kind of straightforward here, right? You want to grip the dark squares, whether it's c3 and maybe you try to slowly come out, or I was going to say, or b3 and c4. There was a clear way to hold the pieces. So Serrana looking to get rid of the pressure by taking on d3. I think if knight takes, black will just punch with c5.
Yeah, and if you don't take with the knight, then is black considering to eliminate that knight until the pawn has to take back? Even that doesn't look very comfortable from black's perspective. Knight takes d3, so Arjun is not giving a chance to Serrana to capture that knight on c5.
I originally said c5, but looking at it, maybe d takes c5, bishop takes, there's bishop takes f6. So are you moving the knight first? Or c5, there's also bishop takes f6 first, and then if you took, you would lose the pawn. Yeah, so the more I looked at it, I was thinking knight e4 makes sense. And if you ever play c5 now, though, I think Iragai's plan is to kick the knight before taking. So white is it's a game of shuffling, but white is still hanging on to that positional edge just by a thread.
Yeah, it seems to have released some of the pressure because of the trade of pieces, but certainly is an advantage for white. And very important detail, the one that you mentioned, Danny, about pawn to c5, such a natural move, breakthrough, but it's not going to work out because of f3, and that will lose a pawn for black.
It's a funny line, though, like c5, f3, c4, takes, white takes with the pawn, probably, I think. And
defends the pawn.
just a weird position. But it's funny because obviously it seems like sort of a tame position, but there's a lot of depth here in terms of what the players are thinking about, because black has to be really careful that the position doesn't just quickly simplify into a lost endgame because of these bad pawns. So yeah, so I was wondering if he could go for it, because I was assuming c5 f3, but then I'm like, okay, I think he's going to be all in on this idea, some sort of weird takes, because at the end of this line, Anna, there's like e5 or something, right? There's like a way to just blow open everything.
It is indeed happening. The line that we just said, that couldn't push c5. So Alexei Serena says our evaluation was not correct. He says that this is the way to go. To be fair, his position was worse and was a long-term positional disadvantage. So he wants to make the position more dynamic to have chances. Well,
and also, to be fair, I mean, he may be going for it, but Iragaisi is still better, right? I mean, he's, you know, the computer still likes him for good reason. You have it's a 2v2, but kind of a 2v1. To the point where I wonder if you don't even, is he going to play queen b1 and get that greedy? He might just try to hold on to everything here. Oh, wow, he does. So he wants it. He wants it all. Bob Barker up in this. Price is right. The price is right. I love this. It's actually really nice. You can play b3, e5, rook c1, like,
and slowly but
even
surely.
e5 right away.
Exactly. So white is holding on to every single pawn, meaning that for Serena, there is not a single way of winning the pawn back. And there's also no rook c2. This queen on b1 is very helpful, guarding both pawns and preventing the rook from entering white's camp.
I like it. And Iragaisi also have 2 minutes on the clock to go with it. This guy has become just a superstar. Talk about someone who proved the pandemic was good. The time off was good for his chess and has improved so much. I mean, this guy is, I don't know if I would say he's my favorite to win the Junior Speed Chess Championship. But he's right there. But I mean, what a monster.
Certainly a very strong player. Yeah, Danny, you were going to ask about.
I was going to say, if you had to choose one of the young stars from India to be the next world champion, like, who would you even choose at this point?
There's so many talented young grandmasters from India, starting with Pragnanana, Nihal Sareen. And those are just two of the names that often come up, and they are not the only ones. They have an entire generation full of talented, motivated, and determined players that keep training to become the world champion one day. So I wouldn't know whom to pick.
Yep. Interesting comment by Insomnia Drevel in Twitch chat. Let's bring up the analysis board because I think it's instructive. He said there must have been something wrong with queen takes d3, or why would you take on this bad pawn structure? So fair. I guess I just missed that. Let's look at it. If queen takes d3, I mean, I guess on the one hand, no, if you take there, this has to be good for white, right? Because now you're giving me this majority.
Yeah.
So I'm actually not sure what was the idea here. I think the computer says black should play a4, and it's just not as clear. I'll say one of the instructive points, I think, Insomnia Drevel, is that optically this is Swiss cheese, but these pawns are actually very powerful together, because one of the things that is, I think, underestimated is double pawns that are isolated, always bad. These are the ugly ducklings only a mother could love. Double pawns that are in a group are often strong and more, they're more coordinated together. And so I would say that really, you're maybe not wrong that queen takes 3 was an option, but I would say the misevaluation is that these pawns are actually not as weak as you think, because they're centralized, they're protected. And what do they call this, Anna? There's the inchworm, right? The inchworm can kind of move up the board together, one step at a time, all protecting each other.
I've just learned a new term, Danny, but certainly it is strong.
I think that's from the Hans Kamak book. If you look up pawn power in chess, for those looking to get better, Google pawn power in chess, Hans Kamak. One of the best things about that book is that he basically invents all of his own terminology to describe pawns, and I've often used them as my own. So I think he refers to this as an inchworm structure.
I see. Usually my vocabulary at chess only improves from every edition of PogChamps, where we can learn a lot about the wooden shield, the baby forks. So I'm looking forward to the next edition and enriching that chess vocabulary a little bit. Yeah.
E5. So again, it is they're doubled, but they're not weak necessarily, right? By the way, shout out to the team working hard. We've got another awesome interview coming up with Dmitry Ondrakin, who won his matchup, as we just saw, in a crazy finish versus Jospim. So Spenny Thompson caught up with Dmitry. We got more interviews coming for you at the break. And hope you're enjoying. Hope you guys are enjoying all this extra content we're bringing you.
Yeah, and to see that extra content, hopefully you will not miss it for an ad break. I'm just saying that subscription button is there for a reason, and it's free with Prime. It's free.
There you go. Thank you, Anna. That's a genius. That is a genius shout out there. Anyway, okay, G5 played. Here, A3 was nice, mainly because this pawn is loose, I think, in a lot of weird positions. Now the queen can get a little more aggressive depending on her intentions. I would look for queen C3 first, but the more I look at the position, what's the plan? How do you use the advantage?
Great question, because of the activity of black's queen, it's not easy to actually make progress with the white queen having to guard both the E3 and B2 pawns.
Yeah. What you'd love is if you could put the queen on F2. If you could put the queen on F2, you're defending, the queen would have to move, and then you could start to figure it out. But there's no way to get to F2 without E3 hanging. There's no way to get aggressive over here without E3 hanging.
And that is a major issue because of the queen in game also being a potential. You always need to watch out for potential perpetual checks as well. So that queen on E2 is crucial for attacking the white pawns and setting up from time to time a check here and there.
In the end, maybe Insomnia Drevel ends up being right. The queen takes G3 was the ultimately better. I don't know that it changes that the structure was already being broken with the F pawn capturing here. But if this extra pawn, instead of being the E pawn, were the C pawn or something else, I mean, we would have had a different game. The more I look at this, I'm shocked by the engine's eval because I don't see how you're making progress if black just sits tight. There must be some. Wait, is this? I'm trying to figure out what is the idea that we're missing that white has. Is it like B? No, if you trade the double pawns, you free the queen from guarding B2, but you still don't solve this problem. And I don't see you ever leaving it behind without not only the pawn falling, but some sort of perpetual happening. So I don't get it. I don't get how white's edge is so big here.
Yes, it is a mystery. Of course, as you mentioned, it's an extra pawn, but there doesn't seem to be a way of making use of that extra pawn unless you can push E4, D5, but that E4 square is guarded by the E2 queen. So
oh my God, Anna, you just gave me an idea.
Yeah?
I think the idea of king G6 was bad because of D5. I think you can play this and then give check.
But what happens if the king goes back and then...
I think the point is you go to F6 and play E6 and you can't take without this. And if you take, I've defended my pawn. Maybe. Although even here, like, what's the big deal? Like what? We're just I mean, okay, I'm wrong. I think D5 is maybe an option, but I don't know that it's crushing or anything.
Yeah, it's certainly something that Arjun will be considering. He started spending quite some time here after king to G6, sensing the moment that there could be patterns with the king getting a check from the 6th rank or from the diagonal if the queen was not on E2, obviously. Not right now.
I just saw Daniel Gould in chat also suggested this queen C3 D5 idea. So either he has an engine on or he's just a genius, but I'm not sure that it was really... Let's bring up the analysis board. Is it really a threat? I don't get it. If D5 takes queen C6. Oh, it's played. Okay, so we might just find out. I mean, so he goes for D5, but Let's keep the analysis board up though, because if d5 takes, I want to see if we can get to the line before they do. Queen c6, king g7. I don't get it. What's the idea, Anna?
I thought it was the one that you have showed on the board, Danny, with queen f6, and now.
Okay, we take. Oh, you check here first, maybe. No, if you pick up this
How
pawn, I
does
go,
it
I'll
change
defend
it?
this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, but you get
but
this
then you
guy.
take g5. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting it. So e6 is actually, that's what I meant. I played this too fast. That's
this is
the problem.
crazy.
Wow,
To give up
okay.
2 pawns. You give up your pawn with d5, then you give up your other pawn with e6.
This is fascinating. So this is, he finds d5, and what a breakthrough this is, because this variation, what I played too fast was you get h6. This is just wild. And you can't take here because this is just instantly losing. This is too much. Oh, no, that gives up a draw. So you have to give like check first. Yeah, and then push.
Yeah,
but, okay.
To prevent queen e5 check, yes.
Oh my gosh. And the Iragaisi has played it, and Serrana is in big bleep here. He's up Bleep Creek.
And he knows it. He immediately started spending more time here too. I think he definitely is regretting having placed the king on g6, because with the king on g7, none of these tactical patterns ever worked. You need the king on the 6th rank.
What did I say, Daniel? Cool. So you were neither using an engine, but didn't I say you were an engine or a genius? So you're neither. Maybe you are a genius and you just don't know it, because you suggested queen c3 and d5.
A humble genius. d5 and Alexei Serrano is in deep thought, but also probably deep trouble.
Yeah. This is, wow, what a nice breakthrough. But okay, so now we have to go back to the analysis board, because I got to understand this. Was this position actually losing, or was king g6 the blunder?
I think moving to the 6th rank
I think in hindsight, king g6 was a blunder.
Yeah. And Serrano knows that he messed this up.
So we weren't wrong. The point, I'm just proving it for the fans. We were not wrong that the path to progress here was really non-existent for white. Everything we were highlighting about black's pressure was real. And in hindsight, what a fascinating blunder to make, that king to g6 is a losing move because of d5. Absolutely amazing stuff. And white is on path to the variation that we've now been looking at for a few minutes. You learn something new every weekend here on the RCC. LOL, I think. I don't know why I just said LOL. I don't know why I said it.
Well, we also got to learn about our emote and meme game, of course. We need to up the jokes level.
Yeah, always. I'm always upping it up, right?
The dad jokes are incredible, Danny. Solely for the dad jokes, people should consider this subscription.
The puns were on point. This is amazing. Okay, e6 comes, and what is he? As long as he finds queen g6, that's the only reason why this line works. The thing I was missing at the start, but this is not over yet, as we were saying, right? I mean, queen endings are exactly the kind of endgames you should never resign in. Your opponent is one move away from blundering a perpetual, right? But really fantastic chess from Iragaisi right now.
Yes, and if he plays queen g6 check with the idea of queen takes h6 as a check and going for the g5 pawn, he is on his way to qualify to the semifinals and face Dmitry Andreikin.
Yeah, not over. Shout out to Serrana, who probably found the best line possible. He needs to get the king to safety and hope against all hope that his no, if you go there, okay, queen a4 is with check, so don't do that. So I guess king e7. The point is, if you can get a pawn versus h pawn in a race, maybe black has a chance, but looks really, really shaky.
Shaky indeed, but he's trying, because it's a one-game match. For those of you that are new to our Rapid Chess Championship broadcast, all of these knockout matches are a one-game match, single elimination with a one game, no blitz or bullet unless they make a draw. So that's how we have seen in the previous matches, a tiebreaker or even tiebreaker of the tiebreaker. But if this game is a win for Arjun, he directly moves on to the semifinals to face Dmitry Andreikin.
Yeah. Whoa, what's that? Oh, queen d4 check. You just blundered into the king and pawn ending. Is it? Oh, is it? Okay. I'm going to do it and see if the eval bar likes it. It does like it. You know what the key is? I think it's king g3. And you get king f4. That's the idea.
That's beautiful.
I don't think it's takes. Yeah. No, apparently you can get away with it. Oh, you can still, no, you can't because the king comes in. And then you're okay. This is very, very dangerous stuff. I mean, obviously Iragaiski's going to pause because you better be sure you're winning in the king and pawn ending.
Yeah, but luckily for Arjun, he still has plenty of time to calculate that king and pawn endgame, and then he will confidently give that check.
He does it. He does it. Wow. Arjun calculates it, goes for it. Serrana's got to be surprised. Don't play king g3. That's what I did. It must be what? King g1 or h4? I mean,
I would think king g1 to get into the square from this direction, but
no, if you go king g1, king g4, then h4.
Oh yeah, you're right that if we start with king g1, the issue will be that black promotes with a check on the back
exactly.
rank.
Oh, see, there you go. Like, this is what was the winning move
but
there?
h4 is not winning either. Wait a second.
It's got to be d4. This is like, we're going to back up and see, so don't worry. We will answer questions, but I'm challenging myself. I refuse to turn on the engine right now because I'm like, what was the winning move there? I don't see it. What if it was g4? My voice gets higher, but I'm
This is crazy, Danny.
I'm not sure.
That's so crazy.
Why not? G4. Okay, seriously, G4. I think it was G4.
I can't believe though that out of all the possible legal moves of white, only one was winning. Every other move is a draw. King
Well,
G3,
Black's
King
not out of the
G1,
woods yet either. I mean, the
H4.
computer has like the instant depth, but this is insane. If you play D4, Arjun's idea is to invite the pawn, I think, and then go back, because the point is this king needs to shoulder the pawn here. If the king comes here, then white can cut him off and hold. So see, you know, we're sitting here. These are super grand masters, and this is an absolutely bananas king and pawn ending. I cannot wait to turn on the engine and see what the answer was. So you're gonna have to wait. I'm gonna feed you baby birds at the end of this, but Mama Bird's got to chew it up real quick and gargle it before she gives it to you. Okay, you're gonna have to sit there and buckle up. We're not finding out the answer till the end of this game. You better hold your horses.
King F4. It goes to show how difficult this endgame is. Only a few pieces left on the board, and yet because of those subtle details, it was difficult for both of them. White is winning now after h5.
It's king g1, I think. And
It's
that was my whole point, is the king had to shoulder this way, because if king g1, king e3, king e1, now you get in front. So king f1 is winning now. That's why it was drawing before, because the king was shouldering, but now the king gets in the way of his own pawn in order to cut off the white king, and you're losing. Oh my gosh. At least I knew that concept, but I still have no idea how the position was a draw. We're going to look at it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see it. It definitely has been more like an endgame study, but Arjun Erigaisi wins, even if there was a moment where Black had the draw in his hands. I don't think either of them were aware, because this was really deep.
The first test is here. What was the winning move? I think it was G4. Nailed it. Okay. And the reason is that if the king steps, if the pawn pushes first, then you can bring the king over, because now the king isn't shouldering on the c. Oh, okay. No, that was a blunder. Oh, you have to play G5 first. Okay. But same idea. My point is, if you go forward, I win the race. And if you go here, my king gets in front, because your king is not on this side of the board shouldering it. So G4 was the win. But the question I still don't know is, what was the draw after H4? How was this? It says D4, Anna. And now on King G1, you can still shoulder. That's the idea. You have to be in a position. How freaking crazy is that? The king has to have the idea of shouldering on this side, because coming up the E file has two problems. Either you can't cut off the king, or you do cut off the king, but you have to get in the way of your own pawn. So that was the drawing idea, was D4 followed by, so this is freaking crazy. H4 was a blunder because of D4 followed by king to D5.
It is
and now you
incredible how subtle the move order, the shouldering, and which pawn you push.
Look at that. And even there, you have to play king B3. You can't play king c3. You have to play king b3. The geometry of the chessboard is truly a fascinating math problem because like the physical distance to the eye is different than the fastest path. Like this is actually not any faster than king here and here, but one of them loses and the other one draws. Just absolutely nutty.
And also the fact that it starts with the pawn push, whether it's h4 or g4, it looks almost the same. One of them wins, the other draws.
Yeah, so let's look at the same idea. If d4 now and king over and you try to go king d5, the difference is that now the g pawn is too fast because you can't play the d pawn in the same way you can the h pawn because white will queen with check. Holy crap. That is one of the most, that is a fascinating king and pawn ending puzzle. That belongs in, not Puzzle Rush because it's too hard for Puzzle Rush, but that belongs in the database.
Yeah, beautiful endgame study, but the players had no time, not enough time to consider it as a study. They had to make a pragmatic decision about it, and they both made a mistake.
Yeah. Shout out to our producer making sure we don't need a bathroom check. We appreciate it, but I'm okay. Everyone relax. My bladder is fine. We're not going anywhere because I'm too excited about the chess we're seeing. I'm really appreciative of this endgame. This is a really interesting, again, so h4 draws because now black can shoulder without the queen coming with check. G4 wins because in the same type of idea, shouldering is now too slow. If you push d3, we already know, well, actually, you can just go king f2 and get in front. And if you try to shoulder, now you lose because the queen comes with check. This is one of the hardest things in the world, and that's why you just saw two very strong grandmasters give us an evil eval bar because nothing is more complicated. One of my first coaches said, king and pawn endings are like the ocean. You never turn your back. Never turn your back because they're just, this type of decisive chess is really, really very common and wild.
That was a deep quote, and as deep as this endgame study has been, both players missing that crucial detail, but it was a very subtle difference between h4 and g4, meaning that Arjun Erigaisi has qualified to the semifinals, but it's not his match that is coming up next, but someone else's. Yep. Hikaru Nakamura, the Grand Prix leader. Exactly. So the rising star, Jeffrey Zhang, who won yesterday's Swiss format, half a point ahead of Hikaru, facing the best scoring player of the Rapid Chess Championships. Out of 13 weeks, it is Hikaru who has collected the highest number of points and qualifying every single Saturday, which is a feat on its own.
Every Saturday he's played, he has qualified himself for Sunday. Yeah, by itself, that kind of consistency is bananas. And now he'll take on Jeffrey Zhang, who drew Hikaru yesterday. For those who weren't with us on Saturday, shame on you. But Jeffrey out-prepared Hikaru in the first stage of things, Anna, and he was actually clearly better as black. He won a pawn and was pushing. So now he'll get the white pieces, and we'll see what type of prep. I know that Jeffrey takes these events seriously, and because he tends to know he's going to get Hikaru one way or the other, you've seen him start to improve on his own opening prep again. Whoa, knight back to f6. What a weird retreat. Love that. Anyway, this has been so much fun. We got 6,000 of you on Twitch, almost 3,000 on YouTube. Thanks for being with us. We're not even done yet. We're just getting going. Now we're into the semis, and the big names are still in the event.
And these two could very well meet in a final of the Rapid Chess Championship, but because they were on the same side of the bracket, this is our semifinals. Only one of them will make it through.
We still have an interview with Dimitri Andreikin coming up at our next break, bringing you all the content we can. We'll see if we can catch up with Arjun Erigaisi, but so much ahead. Now we have an English in this semifinals matchup between Jeffrey Zhang and Hikaru Nakamura. And a weird opening from Hikaru has Jeffrey taken his time. This knight back to f6 is not a retreat you see every day. Normally the knight comes to b6 and you've got this sort of reversed open Sicilian type of structure. So knight f6 is odd. And then he just plays this kind of passive move, bishop e7. So Jeffrey's not exactly
b4. All right.
I love it. This is
we could show very quick
reverse.
if there's a chance. I believe the e5 pawn was always the key, and also with bishop takes b4, was that the way? It happened so quickly. Now it's already guarded by the a3 pawn.
Yeah. This is crazy. You've got, it's funny. In the Nakamura-Bortnik match, I said that if the time controls get faster, Bortnik is a rare opponent who may not be getting worse. And of course, I was proven wrong, right? Bortnik had 2 winning positions in Rapid and Blitz and ultimately got killed in the final bullet game, at least on the clock. With Zhang, I'm going to say the opposite. I feel like Zhang's best chance is probably with solid preparation in a rapid battle against Hikaru. I don't think Zhang wants to see Blitz and Bullet against Nakamura, but maybe I'll be proven wrong again, right? This is a matchup we've seen more than a few times.
And I think a matchup that we're going to continue seeing during many years to come. I'm curious what will be the follow-up here after Jeffrey has come for this knight g5, heading toward e4. So he's jumping from the g5 square onto e4.
Shout out to, who was that guy? Said I was looking up in the air, Hikaru Nakamura #2, trying to remember something. You're right. Caught guilty. Nathaniel Fitz on YouTube. We should get that guy a diamond membership for recognizing the Hikaru in me. We all have a little bit of Hikaru in us. We just hope we could master that genius. But Nathaniel, reach out to me. I'll throw you a diamond membership for spotting a wild Hikaru.
All the more reasons for all of our viewers tuning in on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter to pay attention to those details. Danny is gifting diamonds here. Oh, I heard he's a generous man. Yeah.
Okay, 94 played. This is a good position for white. It is. We mentioned it's a Sicilian again, and let's bring up the analysis board just to show, the type of structure that we keep kind of referring to for everybody. Because the only real difference is that white hasn't moved the D pawn yet. But if you look at the structure with E and C missing, it's exactly what you get in any type of open Sicilian position. I'll play this just because it directly makes it look like the English we have on the board. Something like this, and Hikaru chose to come back to f6/f3 versus what you would see in a typical kind of classical Sicilian. But the structure is exactly the same as we rejoin the live position and flip it. And it's why I kind of like Jeffrey's position, because you already have the accelerated things you hope to get in any Sicilian. You want to have a minority attack in the Sicilian. You want to have a rook putting pressure on the C file. Right, you love the idea of a dragon, bishop, and a rook on the queen side working together, especially when white/black doesn't have a Yugoslav style attack, which is the kind of thing you try to expose this structure for. So white's edge is real here. It's not like dominant or anything, but it's a good Sicilian for white.
It definitely is a very comfortable position. At the same time, Hikaru has a bit of a time advantage, not a big deal at the start of a rapid game, of course. But it also shows that Hikaru himself is either in his preparation or he's just comfortable with what he has gotten from the opening.
Yeah, I guess so. He played 97, and Jeffrey doesn't take the bishop here, instead plays knight c5. I like it. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Hikaru, you're right. I mean, on the clock, Hikaru is not showing signs of someone who's too stressed necessarily, but white is still a little better here. Typically the way black sort of counteracts this whole Sicilian minority attack plan and in these classical structures is not with the knight on e7, it's with the knight on d4, because what you're hoping is that exchange will do the Marco Hop structure where you transition and open the e file so that e2, in some cases e7 becomes the target. So it's another reason why white's position is comfortable, because black doesn't have the things you normally want to counteract this dragon Sicilian.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it also is a very lengthy maneuver for that e7 knight to make it to d4. It will take, first of all, to move the f5 bishop away. It's now being attacked. It has to move, but the pawn on e4 will also take away that f5 square from the knight.
Wow, look at this idea of e4 and f3. This is, talk about prep. This is not an idea you play for unless you've seen it before. Now you have f4 as a threat. With f5, you could play d4.
Both pawn pushes, f4 and d4, are very tempting. I wonder which one will Jeffrey go for?
I like both. I mean, I like f4, but the problem is if f4 takes, you probably have to take e6 before capturing back, because I think g takes runs into bishop h3.
Yeah, that's a bit unpleasant.
think.
It looks like that.
But maybe
would be a
D4 is
detail.
better. I think you said D4 because if D4 takes now you can play F4 and you actually sit on that nice, strong, strong central space majority.
Yeah, threatening a baby fork with F5.
Baby fork. Who called it that again? Was that Jake? Is that Shake and Bake?
Yeah,
Oh,
they are such geniuses.
Shake and Bake. Someone clip that. Someone clip Anna's baby fork reference and send it to our boy Jake. Please.
I always use it. I told you, Danny, honestly, the PogChamps participants are brilliant, coming up with terms that we can learn from. Castlemania by Michelle, the wooden shell of XQC. There's just so much to learn.
Don't we even have a ChessCom baby fork? We do. We have the ChessCom baby fork.
Yeah, baby fork. There we go.
For those who don't know that story, it was that was Shake and Bake, who's an IRL streamer extraordinaire here on Twitch, and we'll send him that clip. Someone send him the clip, please, and tag me and Anna with it.
Baby fork, baby fork,
baby fork. I love it. But yeah, the baby fork does not happen though. Hikaru recognizes a baby fork when he sees one and stops it with F5. It's actually a really nice counter shot. I wasn't thinking, I saw it in one line, but I wasn't thinking it would happen because I thought if the light square bishop was gone, you wouldn't want to do that, opening up the squares. But it turns out, as long as you can kind of keep black at bay, the pawn on C6 looks like he planned it all along. So you're not super worried about things opening up too quickly. A messy position, even though white has an edge.
And that edge, is that something concrete that Jeffrey needs to find here? Or are we just being cozy with both bishops? Nicely placed, the knight on C5 is really strong. And black doesn't have any counter punches or any immediate threats or attacks.
Indeed. I keep looking down at the chat. I'll stop looking at the chest there, and I see Hikaru talking about. Hikaru's got his Sunday best on, by the way. Got a nice little collared shirt going there, a little plaid. Looks good on you, Hikaru. I like it. Okay, so Jeffrey does go for the bishop pair, pins the F5 pawn with it. And you have to be careful if you're Hikaru, because a quick switch, right? Like G file pressure, queen coming out, and the other rook gets over to the E file. This could get tactically just very, very flimsy in a hurry.
Yeah, I do like this bishop h3 for the fact that it doesn't allow the knight from e7 to maneuver anywhere else. It's pinning that knight down to the f5 pawn. Because of the pin, you can't move this f5 pawn. I wonder if there's a way, is queen h6 a thing or something to try to poke that bishop, but even that doesn't feel like it's going to solve everything. If anything,
no, I like the idea though. I feel like there's some outside shot where like rook g1, g6, queen h5. If the queen lands on h6 there, it's over, right? The problem is bishop is taking f4, so that's a perfectly timed thing. Although there's all kinds of weirdness, right? There's tactics on f5 in these positions. This is funny business. Hikaru is going to take his time to ensure that he doesn't let it slip, and maybe if queen h5 right away, that would be the real problem. That's what you were saying. So Hikaru has to be super careful here.
He's taking his time now, and luckily for him, he does have a bit more time than Jeffrey. This is a critical moment where he has to find the right way to play, because he is already getting into a troublesome territory. The pair of bishops of Jeffrey being extremely powerful.
Yeah. Word, homie. Word.
Yeah. Cutie Jelly saying it reminds me of game 1 versus Bortnik. Definitely the powerful bishops in Jeffrey's game.
Daniel Gould says Hikaru will win, mark my words. You're not shooting in the dark with that bet, right? I mean, most of the time you would be right. But Jeffrey is someone who has outed Hikaru before in these types of events. So we know that he's got the potential to do it. Not quite the advantage Bortnik had in game 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely an advantage for Jeffrey here. Whoa, what?
But was better. The evaluation board doesn't agree with the bishop sacrifice. So Jeffrey's not defending the h3 bishop.
God, look at this idea. Let's bring up the analysis board and keep the players on camera. Look at this idea. I think he's saying that if queen takes h3, rook takes g7, and if king to g7, you have rook g3 with tempo, followed by bishop g7 and queen to b3. Look at this idea. That's the point. Oh wait, but maybe he missed. Oh, sorry, queen h5 loses the queen. The point is, if you allow this, how is this not just winning?
It looks like black is busted there.
King f7, and then knight d5. What? Somehow black is holding this?
And now, what is it, rook e2 or something obscured? And then you have the ea square for e7 square for your king, and you're threatening on h2. Checkmate.
Oh my God, you're right. Rook e2 and king e7.
Goodness me.
If Hikaru sees this idea, this is nutty, because rook g1, oh, Hikaru takes it. He takes the bishop. He's calling Jeffrey's bluff. I mean, Jeffrey had to have calculated rook g7, rook g3 and be like, I'm winning there. I mean, it looks winning. The bishop is coming in. The queen is coming in.
That's why he's surprised that Hikaru took the bishop, because in his calculation, it was a winning line. He missed that rook e2 idea. And now he has to realize that this isn't as pretty as it was.
He's also dealing with Hikaru love potion number 9, not to be confused with Hikaru number 2. When he's looking up in the opening, he's trying to remember theory. When he's looking up number 9, it's because he's actually looking at a position that is many moves down the road and trying to evaluate it as if he's right in front of him. Hikaru love potion number 9 was just, there it is again. Hikaru love potion number 9. He's doing it. And Hikaru is going to see.
Apparently he's now winning.
He sees the whole idea. And he's going to, wait, is that a super rare Hikaru? Number 9 and number 17 had a baby. It was number 9 and the beard scratch. You guys just saw history. As someone who maybe is the world's leading expert in Hikaru Nakamura facial expressions, we just saw a rare sighting. Hikaru number 9 and number 17 together in one.
I feel like this is like those rare Pokemon cards. You guys gotta collect this moment.
Gotta catch them all. Yeah, we just caught and Hikaru finds rook e2. What the heck just happened? Poor Jeffrey, because like rook g1 looks so good, but you calculate it accurately and you see the truth.
Yeah, and Hikaru knows the body language changed so much. He was in trouble earlier, and now this is the exact opposite of trouble. But it's because Jeffrey was really ambitious and thought that rook g1 was a winning move. He went for the kill.
It looked winning. I wonder what move he missed there. You know, Jeffrey's the kind of person who would probably even do an interview if he lost, but not sure that he'll be up for it. I'm really curious because this knight d5 shot is not that hard to see because it's a forcing move. I mean, queen b3, like knight d5 is the only move there, but must have been some little detail that he just missed.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where Jeffrey knew that he was winning, but he wanted to go for the kill immediately. And to be fair, his move looked like a crushing move if it wasn't for this crazy defensive resource with the king.
Now if bishop takes, the king will go to e7, like you said, and h2 is...
Yeah, that was the key, that the king can make it to the e file and run away. We are waiting here for...
leaving a message to my boy Hess on Slack. Shout out to you, Robert Hess. That means I know you're watching. I love you, Robert. Robert, I love you. Robert, I love you.
I'm still waiting for the return of Hess Harmon. Just saying.
Hess Harmon. You know, I did a video the other day. I'm no Hess Harmon.
No way.
I'm no Hess Harmon, but... But I think I can pull it off. Shout out to you. It falls forward every time I lean forward. So I have to be I have to be Harmon with a really receding hairline so that it doesn't fall in my head. Here we go. This is from my boy Robert, who was caught on Slack.
Miss Rensch.
Robert likes to pretend that he never watches me when I host commentary. And so when I caught him on Slack, that means I know he's there. So this is for you, Robert.
True friendship.
Shout out to all of us true redheads, right? I may be brunette outside, but on the inside, I'm a redhead.
Oh, and what does your Harmon instinct say about this position? Any chances for Jeffrey?
To me that Hikaru is doing what Hikaru does. I mean, I can't wait to back up and see what White should have played besides Rook G1. But I really think Hikaru gets just a ton of credit for seeing that through. And now, I mean, Jeff is on the clock for a reason. He was up about a minute and 20 seconds when this whole combo started, and we see the opposite is true now. And that's it.
And that's the sad story for Jeffrey, because he's gonna be eliminated.
That was a funny move. Sacrifice the bishop there. The queen has to take. I wonder why, actually. What was going on with the king? Oh, if king takes, there was queen c3, and then you could enter in on g7. So you had to take with the queen. It's not over yet. Shout out to Jeff for making this a little spicy, right? The G file definitely has something to worry about.
Yeah, just when I thought that he's considering resignation.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I feel so natural in this. Like, putting this on was like, I didn't even have to give it a second thought. But now I'm really wishing that I had a little more space for my mouth to talk. All right. Rook to G1 threatens Rook G7. How do you deal with this? If Rook F8, I can even take B7. If you take C6, Rook G7, you move, and then Rook F. I mean, this is not over. I mean, Hikaru's pausing not just to add drama for his Twitch channel. Look at that. The game is already turning around. That was such a resourceful idea from Jeffrey. Bishop F6.
Yeah.
Look at this move.
I thought that was not a single hope there, but Jeffrey finds still a way to make it difficult for Hikaru. And it might be Hikaru who didn't find the most precise line, and then suddenly it's complex again. It's a chaos.
Jeffrey has refused to go quietly into the night in this game, keeping the pressure. You have to find something now. Black is threatening Queen H4, and the game is over on the next move. So White has to find a way to keep pressure. Is it, if you play Rook check, the king can't go to D6 because Rook E6 wins. And if King D8 is their queen in and queen takes, king takes C6, you can't play Rook C1 because the bishop is here. I have no idea what's going on here, but Jeffrey is calculating like a madman right now, trying to save the game.
I think now he's realizing that suddenly this is back to square one, where it's anyone's game. And with the king on e7, as much as it is a delayed Bonclad, I don't think that Hikaru actually wants the king to be there.
No, not at all. Sorry, I'm not going to stop the game in this way because you know what? Hess Harmon lives.
Hess Harmon lives.
King H3? Okay. The problem is you have Queen H6 and then you can take on C6 with check. I wonder if he saw that. Queen H6, King G2, you take with check, and if you block with the rook, there is no Rook G8 though because the queen guards it. Okay, so maybe Jeff saw this. It's not so simple. We're going to get that line. I think, we'll trade first, but there's still no Rook G8.
Yeah, that is the key, that the queen is guarding the G8 square. If it wasn't for that, Black would be already winning immediately on the spot.
Rook E1 check, Hikaru took with the pawn. This is a position that Black could lose. One false step in a mating net is just, I mean, if King D7, Queen F7, it's game over. Wait, can you play King D7, Queen F7, King D6? Maybe you could have. Okay. No.
He goes to F8.
Okay. Yeah, Queen E7, Queen E5 was made. Okay. But still, I mean, I would not want to be Black in this position.
Queen D6 check, King F3. Now, he can give another check, but that would mean the queen trade on D5, and White's rook is more active.
White's king is immediately entering. Okay, Rook E6. If Queen D3, the king comes to F4 and takes A3, takes C6. You know what's funny about that is it's a drawn endgame because the B pawn will be traded for the A pawn, and you can't win with these two pawns.
Oh,
even if White doesn't win the pawn, that's a theoretical draw.
Yeah. It's one of those weird ones when even 2 extra pawns in a rook endgame would not be enough.
Rook e6. Wow, you got to give a huge props to Jeffrey for saving this. Hikaru's attack seemed unstoppable after rook e2. I think we're going to get a draw, and we might be headed for blitz, boys and girls. Let's do it. More chess.
I can't
more
believe.
chess. More chess. More chess.
More chess, and more Hess Harmons, please.
You guys, you think if we start a chant, we want Hess, we want Hess, he'll join the show? Maybe. We want Hess. We want Hess.
We want Hess. There's no chess without Hess. We all know that.
You can't chant chess without Hess. So I'll text him now, but we'll see. He wasn't planning on being a guest today. He's probably doing something important, going to, Bed Bath and Beyond. He just moved. He's got to get a new bedroom set. I get it. We have a draw. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well,
I can't believe it. This is a game where Jeffrey was winning, but then he thought that he had this winning line with rook g1, and it was actually not a winning line, and Hikaru had his chances to get a full point out of a bad position because now he was up material. But Jeffrey was so resourceful that he made it difficult for Hikaru, and eventually it's a draw. I'm just thankful that we get another game.
I know that was just an example of, like, to make the sports cliche. I mean, the game wasn't lost by either player, right? They refused to give it away, and sometimes that happens, right? I mean, it's hard. We could say the eval bar was bouncing around, but the truth is neither player refused. Neither player was going to lose the game. Someone was going to have to win it, and it couldn't quite happen. So amazing stuff. I think it's time for me to put away the wig. A little too much hair in my mouth. We'll take it.
We want Hess.
I'll try to fix my receding hairline here and double down for some good old-fashioned family fun. Hikaru Nakamura playing b3.
Not a surprise. I'm actually curious if he's going to be playing b3 outside the candidates, or is he going for different openings other than b3? But really it served him well.
What kind of openings? I mean, that's been the storyline, right? And Hikaru knows that's the storyline that he has to prove wrong or right. A lot of people have said, I mean, obviously, every one of the players has their strengths and weaknesses as is perceived by the so-called experts. And a lot of people have questions about what will Hikaru Nakamura's first stage look like, right? What will his opening prep look like? Because the way he's playing and the talent that he is, if Hikaru is not on the wrong foot out of the opening, watch out. Right. I think a lot of people feel that because of his break from playing over the board, because of the streaming or whatever, that competing in terms of opening prep against the likes of Fabiano and Dingli Ren and Perugia won't be possible. But I have a weird kind of dark horse feeling. If Hikaru can surprise people in the first stage, who knows? Who knows what happens there in Madrid? So
yeah, and that has been the story of the Grand Prix, and that's how he qualified to the candidates. Exactly what you said. If he gets through the opening, he probably is the one that has had the most practice in this past year or two, with so many online events and, of course, his own streams and matches.
Yeah.
By the way, Danny, I think that Robert chant has worked. At least I see a GM Hess spawning in the Twitch chat. Did someone say my name, say my name?
Hess is here. I don't know that our producer could throw together a 3-horse template, but if you want to hop on, Robert, we love you. We love you. And thanks for being with us. Thanks for everybody being with us. 6,500 on Twitch, 3,000 on YouTube, and to Grandma on Facebook. We love you. Grandma, I hope you logged in with your third account, right? Got that password reset working well. Okay, so what happened here? We had a transition to a middle game where white's a little better. Otherwise, the symmetrical structure doesn't lead too much for either player. But something feels really odd about Jeffrey's spot. This rook on g6 just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and the fact that Hikaru has the heavy pieces doubled on the d file, attacking the bishop, and it's holding on black setup for now, but there's something that feels not quite right about it. With even if the d7 bishop moves, that is a pin on the d file. There's just something a little bit. It feels like you're defending everything, but just by a tiny, tiny thread.
Yeah, and I guess he's gonna try to justify the rook's position by, I mean, if you played bishop f3 and put a rook over, you're all in with an attack. As a way to say, no, I like where my rook is, but something just feels odd. It feels like a very flimsy position with targets here, the rook in front of the pawn structure. And okay, I mean, super grandmasters can play this way without blundering. Not me. But look at, I mean, Jeff is all in on this. He's like, no, everything is what I planned. These pieces are where they meant to be, but Hikaru sacks the exchange.
All right, let's see. So the queen cannot take it because the e8 rook was hanging. But rook takes d6 and bishop a3. He's winning the exchange back with this skewer.
Yeah, he wins the exchange back, but what happens in the endgame? It feels like if the smoke clears, Jeffrey has to be super careful. If we get just like a bunch of pieces off the board, the rook comes into c7, you could just be lost right away. But if there's d-file pressure, maybe that doesn't happen. Obviously, you've got these outside ideas that black keeps some sort of mating net, even if the queens are off the board. By the way, everybody, we have 2 interviews for you at the next break. We will get a well-deserved break, whether it's a bathroom break or not. We have video interviews with Andrejkin and Iragaisi. Our subscribers will probably see both. Throw us your prime and a sub. Come on, we're worth it. Give it to me. I'm worth it. I keep adjusting. I feel like I'm adjusting my posture here because my mic is heavily weighting down on this very nice next level shirt, which is super soft on my skin. Thanks for asking.
It does look very comfy. I need to find my
but my mic feels heavy. I feel like it's pulling down. So, all right, but we got Andrejkin and Iragaisi. We got so much ahead. We're having a blast. Thanks for being here. What happened? Hikaru somehow wins the pawn, and he's going to go on to win the endgame, but rook takes c6 is game over.
Ooh, and he will play it for sure.
Takes. You get the rook, and you get 2 bishops for the rook. It's over. Bishop c6. And I don't have the engine, but that was the tactic, I believe, must be just over.
Yeah, I'm guessing Hikaru is simply double checking it, but he definitely sees the move.
Well, Jeffrey, unfortunately for him, despite saving an incredible first game, is going to go down here. 2 bishops are just way too much for a rook in this type of ending. He gives up the A for the H pawn because that's going to free his back rank. Jeffrey doesn't take it. He could have traded A for H, but then the king would get out. So Jeffrey's playing for a bluff. Says I'm going to keep the king and bishop trapped. Although this is kind of funny. The problem is this is a threat. Bishop b6, bishop a5 is over. Yeah, he just resigns. The reason he resigns, everybody, is if it wasn't for this threat, it's actually a really funny position because it's super hard to get out. But if you make a move, you play here, and the only way to stop it would be a move like rook a6 to stop the bishop from cutting off. But rook a6 would lose the rook to the bishop. So
if it wasn't for the b4 pawn, white wouldn't have this maneuver to block the bishop, to block the rook's file. Yeah, and then you cannot promote the pawn.
All right. Well, what did we say when Hikaru Nakamura won a match that he shouldn't have won against Bortnik? I said, watch out, right? Sometimes that's the type of thing you need to get the cobwebs out, to wake yourself up. And now that Hikaru has also gotten by Jeffrey Zhang, don't be surprised if the perennial favorite takes yet another Rapid Chess Championship. But we are going to take our maybe our last break of the day before we have a champion. I don't know, but enjoy this to all of our subscribers. We got a couple of interviews coming up. We will be back after just a short break. The Rapid Chess Championship. Maybe we have a special guest. I actually don't know. Joining us, we'll see. Continues. It is presented by Coinbase, and it will be back in just a few.
Hey, congrats on the very exciting win there. Yeah, I'm, by the way, chess correspondent, Spenny Thompson here. That was a very, very tense endgame with queens on the board and open position. Do you find that to be more nerve-wracking with many, many pieces on the board?
I think after I got d5, I was pretty happy. Earlier, I felt maybe instead of king g6, he could have been more precise. I don't know how exactly. But earlier my queen was kind of awkward and he could create some threats with h5 g4 or h5 h4. But after I got this d5, the queen endgame, I think I had a pretty decent chance. Okay, he allowed me to play queen d4. But even if not for that, let's say he went king f7, I think I can take on a4 and it's still pretty good and I should be winning that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you were winning the pawn endgame the whole time, or were there moments where Serrano might have had a draw?
I think I was winning the pawn endgame whole time after queen d4. Although the material count was even, his extra pawn doesn't really count on the a file, and my extra pawn, I just have connected passes here. So.
Right. Well. All right, Dimitri. Hi, I'm Spenny Thompson, chess correspondent. First of all, congrats on that very exciting win. For these Rapid Chess Championships, when you know the pairings on Saturday, I'm curious. Do you do a lot of prep for your opponent on Sunday?
No, today I don't have prepared because I prepared yesterday. Okay, he's very strong opponents, of course. He's very stable. He qualified in every tournament, I think, and so very nervous match today. In first game, I think I have some chances in rook endgame, but they give him some tempers. And in last game, of course, I have a bit lucky because I think my position was lost. I have some tactical ideas, but okay, it's seconds, it's nervous, it's normal chess, it's funny.
For sure. Now, would you be afraid to face Josmum if it came down to bullet?
No, of course I'm not afraid. I like playing bullet, but I'm absolutely not afraid. I play here for pleasure, not for afraid.
Great. All right, very well done. We'll get you back to the rest of the call.
Okay, thank you so much.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby. We are live. Another semifinals matchup about to begin here to decide who will face Hikaru Nakamura in the finals. Boy, has this been an awesome day. We've had interviews, we've had visits from Hess, not Hess Harmon. I guess I don't know what my character would be called. We can't hear Anna. I can't hear Anna. It might not be a you problem.
Myself. I'm sorry.
Now I got you. Now you're back.
That was me booming. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I was just telling the audience about some of the awesome name suggestions for your character, from Daniel Rensch to Beth Rensch to all sorts of mashups
love
of
it.
names.
I didn't see all of them, but there we go. We've had a lot of fun. This is good. This has been an awesome day. We got so many viewers here across our channel, across Hikaru's channel. Stick with us all the way through the end, no matter where you're watching. We appreciate you, and I think this is going to be quite the finish here. Let's do it. We've got Iragaisi and Andrekin, and we probably have liftoff here any second. Yes, we do. There we go. Dimitri Andrekin with the white pieces now. We have
And this is for the qualification to the semifinals to decide who will be the opponent of Hikaru. Oh, sorry, not semifinals, finals. I don't know where we are at after so many games.
Someone already made an emote of my my wig here. I can see. I love it.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. We've got the wig on. I
the
saw.
girl he told me not to worry about.
This is the girl he told me that's what you got to watch out. We've got a G3 kind of Grunfeld structure. It's like a neo Grunfeld type of position. What's interesting is in this structure, rather than a C4, which you typically see in any sort of Queen's Pawn game with a Fianchetto, albeit a Catalan or whatnot, here you're going to see E4 because the knight blocks the C pawn and the structure is set up for white to kind of break through in the center. So we'll see what Andrekin wants to do here, taking his time. E4 is a natural move. Bishop G5 also possible. What else we got?
I think those are the main options for white in terms of development. Andrekin is taking his time. Maybe he's also considering, if he's considering anything else, sometimes you also can push A4, although I don't think there's any urgency of going for queen-sign pawn pushes here when you're still developing the C1 bishop.
It's funny because usually E4 is the move, and if black is to just quickly open up the D file, that often the endgame is better for white, not just because white gets the open file first, but knight C5 with the bishop on B7 is a real headache. It's one of those positions where you think it's getting tamer because the queens are coming off, but it's actually getting harder for black. But Andrekin took a lot of time there and ultimately decides that some sort of idea of bishop C5 first. When this move happens, white wants to really be ready to make sure that you get the D file and you never let go, Jack. Never let go in the endgame.
Never let go.
Never.
And
let
also
go.
with bishop B3, he will not let go that castling. If white gets to play bishop C5, there's a potential of cutting off the king of the option of castling. As we all know, we cannot move the king across a checked square, so you cannot castle once that bishop arrives on C5, at least not castle king side.
It's kind of funny because I really like your idea of A4 now that I see the bishop coming here, because one of the only issues with the knights sitting here in front of the structure is you would love to have played a B3 bishop A3. So this is a manual way, I guess, to reach the same structure, right? If black castles, bishop C5 with tempo, rook E8, and then you have A4. And if B6 is ever played, you can tuck the bishop safely on A3 and still go for E4 down the road. So I wonder if that's his idea. He plays A4 first, but this is a really interesting maneuver, given that you couldn't get it in the normal way of pushing the B pawn. So kind of funny.
Yeah, I like this idea. It's an original way of playing the structure and then preparing for E4. And as for black, how do you develop the C8 bishop? Where is it going? Is it trying to go to the long diagonal of it, something like B6 bishop B7, or is there any way else? B6 is the choice of Arjun.
Yeah, it makes me think Andrekin should have played bishop B6 first with tempo. I wonder how inaccurate that was. Let's bring up the analysis board here. Get a little bit of a think here. I wonder if bishop C5 was more accurate, and then A4. What was the problem for white if this happens? The computer didn't like it.
Do you think it still just wants to push B6, or is there something else?
Yeah, I guess B6, and then I didn't realize this was an idea. And now the bishop doesn't have a good feature.
Yeah,
okay,
that is an issue.
All right, so instead we saw B6, queen C1. A different way to use the bishop on E3 rather than the C5 maneuver is to prepare in exchange on h6, getting rid of the bishop on the long diagonal. Always a good positional idea.
And so knight g4 attacks the bishop and also guards the h6 square. So you cannot offer a trade of bishops there.
I just want to get jiggy with it. Yeah, bishop g5, and then I want to play e4 even if you play f6. I know it's probably
Really?
losing, but it's not my bishop.
True.
Look at this. Like, by the way, is there also something crazy with like knight takes and then bishop takes with check? I mean,
Honestly,
I know
it looks very sus.
work,
Yes.
but it just looks so fun if you take and take and anyway. I know. All right, but Queen C8 is played.
Maybe because of that sacrifice that f6 was not played.
Yeah, but e4 is still going to come. But I think now with the queen being off of the file, e4 can be met with d4, and that's kind of, I'm guessing that's the idea, is to meet e4 with d4.
And if d4, would knight b5 be the response of Andreikin, or what is he planning?
d4, knight b5, d4 is weak. Black can play e5, and there's one way to do it. It's a funny position because, yeah, he does go for d4 and knight b5, like you were saying, but even though there's nothing concrete now, I feel like when you have pieces in odd squares like this, it's a recipe for, forget what the computer says with the eval bar, it's a recipe for a human being to make a blunder, right? There's some loose things going on here, and you have to really be accurate to not walk yourself into a tactic.
Yeah, and in terms of their time management, Andreikin has been very speedy in today's Rapid Chess Championship knockout, and again is proving that the time pressure he can put on his opponents matters as well, especially in speed chess.
Shout out to you, Dima. He says, nobody will see this, but I saved $400 repairing my own outdoor AC unit, and I'm the least handy person ever. I'm really proud of myself today. For example, I mean, can we just give Dima a round of applause? You said nobody will see it. Look who's wrong. The chess community sees you. We appreciate you. Hey, I see you. I see you, like the Avatar blue people when they say I see you. I see you, Dima.
Aww.
Way to save that money, Holmes.
Well done.
I mean, I'm not going to give you
Dimitri approved. He did a little nod with his head in that moment.
I only give diamond memberships for awkward jokes. I'm not going to give you a diamond membership. You already saved $400, okay? But I do love you. All right, bishop d2 is played. 2 minutes and 30 seconds for a time advantage. Andreikin's got to be feeling good about that. Iragaisi doesn't quite know what to do here. The knight is kind of a stray calf here, wandered too far. H5, it seems like a weird move to follow up H6 with.
Yeah, you would have thought that he was going to push H5 immediately if he wants to go H5, H4. But he moves that H pawn more because the queen and bishop battery of white was targeting the H6 pawn. If you chase the G4 knight away, the pawn was going to be hanging.
Yeah, so that's why he did it. But it just feels bad, right? If you're in a position where you have to play H5 to guard the pawn, the knight retreats. D4 is falling, by the way. If you put the knight on either F6 or E5, you block the bishop's protection. I mean, obviously, it's very shaky tactically, but you got to watch out for the D4 pawn. You can't take intermezzo first because then 2 knights are hanging. So there's no way to do that. So perhaps there's knight F6, and if you trade on D4, there's some sort of take, and then knight E4 unleashing a bishop for some tactics here. Thank God this ain't my game. I just get to draw colors, right? Someone's going to calculate and figure this out. It's not going to be me.
The coloring is important, and also the fact that Arjun is now down. That's a big disadvantage on the clock. 3 minutes, more than 3 minutes extra for Dmitry Andreikin, who's got all the pressure on the board and on the clock.
Shout out to the subs coming in. We appreciate it. BJH gifting away.
Thank you guys for the support.
H3, where is the knight going? The time is really scary if you're Iragaisi or an Iragaisi fan, because it just doesn't inspire confidence, right?
No, there is an increment as in comparison to Saturday's format, but still a 2-second increment in a complex position is not going to save the game for you.
I was just going to say, I really like the idea of being patient here, getting rid of the dark squared bishop. The only problem at the end of the line, if there's some sort of capture and then a capture on b5 and then maybe like a knight b4, is black getting just enough counterplay to hold? I don't know, but this feels very scary. If the dark square bishops come off, d4 is weak. Even ideas of f4, outside ideas if the white queen were on f6, f4 and f5. If the white queen were on h6. Scary stuff.
Scary stuff completely explains why Arjun is spending so long. It's a difficult position for him, difficult to keep putting up. With all the threats to hold everything, to protect everything that's needed to be defended here and try not to collapse. But maybe just when he's trying not to collapse, there's something actually winning right on the spot. Is that to open the long diagonal?
Calculating as fast as I can. I want to see it. I want to see it. It might just be to take the pawn. Knight to c4. There's no knight d6. What is the winning move here? What in the world?
Is it because he can push e5? I wonder if it's about the long diagonal. At the same time, you don't always want to give up that light square bishop for the rook in the corner.
I think it just takes the pawn, and the reason it's such a huge advantage and not just 1 point with the pawn is now the pawn is gone and white has the compensation, right? As our good friend Yaz would say, because by getting rid of the pawn, then your ideas of e5. Your ideas of this knight going, oh, you know what it is, Anna?
What is it?
Look how direct the threat of knight f3, knight g5 is.
Oh!
Like how do you stop this?
If you take on d4, there's another pony, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you bring the knight back, white can play f4, and there's like no way to stop this idea. That's got to be it. He takes, white's going to take back.
Yeah, he will take back with the knight for sure.
Oh my gosh, this is so crazy. And what's funny is the queen can't even move to a more aggressive square, because if you go to c5, there's probably knight takes e6, and then the queen isn't guarding the pawn. So, you know what I'd love to see here is knight f3.
I was gonna ask you if you think he will just leave the rook.
He plays it. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna pat myself on the back for spotting that idea. No engine. That was super nice. The knight comes around, and actually, there's no way to stop this move of knight g5. Absolutely crazy. Andrejkin's going to be dancing in the final against Hikaru Nakamura.
And what a final that will be. They both have won some of our Sunday events, but today it's about the two of them facing each other and seeing who will prevail.
Yeah, I don't even remember if they played yesterday. I think they must have played in the Swiss. It might have been an inconsequential draw, because there were a couple of those in rounds 7 and 8. Round 9 had a little more decisive chess, but what a crazy idea here. This knight coming from the queen side over to f3. No way to deal with the mating net. I mean, okay, it's not announced mate yet, but plus 11 is doable for white to get a win. Just knight to g5.
It's crazy how slow it looks. Knight d4, knight f3, knight g5, but there was nothing that could stop it.
Yeah, really strong idea. What happens when you leave the king all alone, right? The emperor has no clothes. You can just check twice and win the knight. That's good enough. I would just do that if I'm Andrejkin. Safe, easy does it.
I think he'll go for that.
Pick up the pony, and probably Iragaisi resigns.
And that will mean that Hikaru's opponent may not even have a break, because I think we're going to get started with the final match as soon as this game is over, potentially. Yep.
We got no place else to go. We're all enjoying this Sunday. I'm going to watch my Phoenix Suns, hopefully not lose in 7. This has not been a fun series for us Phoenix Suns fans. I will tell you that. Oh, look at that. I'm
sorry to hear that. E5, he doesn't even want the knight. And he keeps the rook hanging. He doesn't care.
if knight d1, I think it's knight h7, and there's no way to deal with knight f6. I think.
Oof.
I think that's it.
So not even knight e4.
Okay, knight e4. You're right. Just as you could. Yeah, same idea.
I thought there's a difference. Danny, I was like, this is so subtle. What's the difference between knight e4 and knight h7?
I don't think there is one. I think they're both winning. Whoa, bishop c6.
What? All right.
Andreykin is feeling the moment, right? Gonna own it. Mom spaghetti. Love it. He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready.
Yeah, he is more than ready, it seems, for the finals against Hikaru. If he continues playing like this, I have no idea who's the favorite.
But it's funny because if you're anyone watching Hikaru today, like you had your chance in match 1 with Bortnik.
Yeah.
Jeffrey played great, but really, other than being better in the middle game, he was the one kind of saving. Hikaru was already in better form there in match 2, and so now in match 3, you can't be too thrilled. But this guy Andreykin does it. I mean, has anybody won more titled Tuesdays than Andreykin and Hikaru? That's a fun little stat fact to look into, because these two guys, they thrive in the online environment. Fair chess is being played. I don't know that he's streaming. But
yeah, I wonder if he streams his games too. Hikaru religiously streams every single event he plays. And this bishop c6 was such a beautiful finishing touch. If the queen were to take the bishop, we can just show that checkmate real quick, Danny, because it's a pretty one. White has given up a rook and a piece to get here.
But it doesn't matter. You're right. Although I think we were both right as well that knight h7. Yeah, knight h7 was also good, as was your knight e4. Both good enough. Everything was winning for Andreykin. He puts it away. I would have just, as I said, I would have just done like the human thing and quickly done this and won the knight, which of course was also still completely winning, but e5 even more accurate and better.
Yeah, and it's so pretty that if the queen goes to f8, then it takes away the king's escape. So queen h7 is checkmate. And if the queen goes to e7, then it's still checkmate with queen h7, queen h8. So if the black queen stays guarding the f7 pawn, then it will be the piece that blocks the black king's escape. It's a crazy tactic, and it immediately won the game on the spot. Dimitri has heard about your bathroom break, Danny, and decided that he needed that bathroom break before the match against Hikaru.
Okay, well, we'll just sit here and have some fun. I'm going to make a feature request to my team. I just had an idea, so I was going to type away in Slack.
Oh, secret feature request.
No, just a simple one.
In the meantime, we will take a look at the bracket of today and the finals that are going to be taking place right now, right here, after the bathroom break of the participants. Hikaru Nakamura will be facing Dimitri Andreykin for that overall win. Who will be the utmost final boss of the Rapid Chess Championship is the question. Both of them have had to go through, of course, very difficult opponents, and not every game seemed decisive in favor of our heroes, but they made it. They somehow made it through, even sometimes against all odds.
And here they are in the final. I don't know that they've ever played in a final of an RCC. I'm sure they have, though, just knowing these guys' records and how consistently they throw down and perform so well. We've got 1 minute to games, and we are going to have a lot of fun. No more interviews for you at this break, just me and Anna chilling with you. This has been a lot of fun, and I mean, there may be GMs playing, but International Masters got the call on the mic, and I think you know, I don't know.
I agree with you, Danny, and the coloring has been on point.
The coloring has been on point.
Yeah,
I stayed in the lines most of the time. Every once in a while, I pulled one of these, and now that's frowned upon. Bishops don't move that way. But I can stay in the lines most of the time when I'm drawing. And also, as we said, it's like a piano, just playing different colors, you know.
Yeah, so pretty.
What you want to do here? Let's do like a, I don't know. What do you think? You know, we can do like a.
That does look like a bath. I think these bathroom breaks have inspired you to go for the bathtub pawn structure with the blue colors.
Hold on, we've got eyes, and then kind of have like a.
Danny, I
like
think the team is so
face.
impressed with your painting that the game has started.
The games are on, but I'm busy, Matt. I'm busy. I'm busy drawing faces. 2 eyes. You got this, like a smiley face and a beard. Look at this. Everyone take a picture. It's Hikaru Nakamura on the board. Eyes, smiley face, beard, Hikaru shape. There we go. Why doesn't the game automatically pull up for me when I'm already following Hikaru? That is a bug, and I am going to tell my team that I'm not happy about that. I was already following Hikaru. Game should pop up automatically.
Well, the game didn't pop up. That beautiful portrait did pop up. Hopefully, a lot of our viewers have taken a screen capture and are potentially selling it as an NFT now. Danny, that's your art.
Pure art. There you go.
Night before we are catching up here with the players who are still in a theoretical line. Night before, we have seen this also played very recently at the Grand Chess Tour event, I believe. So theoretical and very popular both in classical and speed chess.
Yeah, well, wow. We're 20 moves deep. Hikaru has more time than he started with. Not the first time I've said that, but we're just, what you guys just decided they want to draw?
The thing is, but now I remember whose game it was. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi's game with the black pieces against Wesley, I think. And he struggled and he couldn't actually hold it. So it's a pawn then for black, but because of the pair of bishops, it seems like black does have good drawing chances, but you literally need to be defending forever and ever and ever and play extremely precisely to hold. So Nepomniachtchi could not hold this against Wesley. And it's interesting that Hikaru goes for this line when it's not a walk in the park and it's not the most comfortable ones to hold.
It's funny though, because he must be confident in it and also confidently telling Andreykin that, hey, I'm happy to move to Blitz and Bullet with you.
Yeah.
You know, but so where did this deviate from the game? I don't know the game you're referring to. Nepomniachtchi So, or was it So Nepomniachtchi? What was the deviation?
Yeah, it was So Nepomniachtchi, and earlier it was Anishgiri Nepomniachtchi. So Nepomniachtchi was repeating his own game. I wish I'd remembered exactly, because that was also that they were repeating the same game for like 20 or so moves.
All right, I'm going through it right now. We've got eyes on the live position, so don't stress. Don't stress, boys and girls. We'll catch up if something exciting happens. But the most likely thing is this live position, as you can see, is not going to be that exciting. So what do you know of this line, Anna? Teach me. I know this. Okay, this Catalan we've seen before, all theory.
Yeah, I was commentating on the Grand Chess Tour event that day with Hammer, and we were discussing how Nepomniachtchi has had this as his preparation for the World Championship match with the black pieces against Magnus. And we were somewhat surprised that he was ready to play this line against Magnus when Magnus is known for squeezing water out of stone, and it's already an extra pawn for white. Like, obviously a lot of piece trades happen, and obviously it's opposite colored bishops, but why would you even want to play this? Why would you want to struggle to hold it?
I agree. It's interesting. I mean, there must be, you said that he wasn't able to hold it against So, but I mean, for me, looking at it, not knowing enough about the line, I can understand why Hikaru and others, not against Magnus in a world championship, but this feels like a very hard position for black to lose. I mean, it would take, what would it take? I guess, okay, maybe I'm wrong. There are ways to go wrong here, right? If you push the E pawn, then you actually open up the diagonal to F7. Okay, I feel you. Yeah, this is not just a foregone conclusion that black is holding. I get it.
Yeah, I think Wesley eventually went for a rook trade. So I'm in a similar situation like this. There was queen and bishop versus queen and bishop, broke through with D5 at some point, and there was pressure on F7. But even then, there's still quite some play in the position. So it's not that simple to just offer a draw and get it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, Andreykin's going to push as long as he can.
Yeah.
Because why not, right? I mean, you're the only one who can win this endgame, and even if your opponent holds. Sometimes the psychological factor of your opponent being tortured for a long time can kind of pay dividends down the road in a match.
Yeah. At the same time, Hikaru, as you said, must feel very confident about holding this. He still has so much time on the clock, and he must have had this very deeply analyzed and knows that he's not going to run into any issues.
Yep.
So we shall see whether his preparation and his faith in this line will pay off, or can Andreikin get any winning chances?
Yeah. Dorian Defense says Magnus would make a great accountant. Squeezing water out of a stone. I guess that's what he's saying. Penny pinching. But all right, so let's dive into the instructive aspects of this and not focus on the fact that it's a theoretically well-known attempt for Black to get a draw, but it's not over yet. So how do you make progress and keep as many opportunities alive? One long-term idea is, if you can trade the D for the E pawn and nothing else changes, then you suddenly open up battery opportunities where you can get queens and bishops on diagonals, and you can get rooks on the file. And even if there's an ideal perfect way for Black to hold, you make the practical setup really, really important, and that can be where your opponent blunders. So that's one idea. I think he'll keep the rooks on the board, play queen b3. You try to orchestrate something here to create weaknesses, because if Black pushes the pawn to guard it, well, then the light squares open up, right? So I think that this is probably the main idea White can go for. Any other ideas, Anna? Only one I can see is you can also sometimes try to drive the H pawn in these structures, because if you get up, either someone, okay, he goes for it. If you take it, you split, and that's never good. And if you don't take it, you open up, these types of tactical shots, the alpha zero pawn, as we call it now, right?
Yeah. It's a question to Hikaru whether you need to block this pawn with h5, or is it okay to let White push h5?
Right. Well, and so he goes h5, but the reason that was a question for Anna, everyone, is the moment you do that, now you've put more pawns permanently on light squares where they can eventually be targeted. So obviously we're talking about a position of squeezing water out of a stone. We already justified and said that, but I think anyone should not take for granted that if grandmasters are playing this position, then there's a potential for it to go wrong. And coming up with ideas that can improve your position is more important than just saying, oh, it's a draw, right? You still have to draw the position.
Yeah, and the problematic side of it is that White can try forever, because White is up a pawn and only White can win this. So it's not a dead draw in a sense that White does have an extra pawn, even if it's opposite colored bishops, and it's only White who can play this for a win. It's not a complex opposite side castling where both are attacking. It's only White who can win. So it's a two results position. That's the most problematic side of it, I guess.
Yeah, I love that point. And the reason Black had to play queen c7 is because, speaking of ways to win, there was this weird threat of queen f4, where then d5 was a threat because of the pin on the e6 pawn. And now he's going to remaneuver the bishop to d3 so that rook takes e6 can be a threat in some positions with queen takes g6.
Yeah.
And there we see the eval bar creeping up. So the more we look at this, the more I'm with you and Hammer. One, shocked that Depomniachtchi would have prepared this as a weapon to draw against Carlsen, because you definitely just hand over the 2-result practical advantage to Magnus. And if there's one player in the world who I would say would win this more than others, it's probably Magnus Carlsen. So this is I've learned something here. I like this. Okay, so good stuff here. A little bit more than meets the eye. Shout out to Absolute Fury with 43 months. That's almost 4 years of your life you've been with us.
Thank you so much for the long time support. And look at the Queen Bishop battery, Danny, because that's what you're saying. There can be sacrifices too. If Rook takes e6, Queen g6, then the bishop goes as well, and all the pawns of Black will fall.
Yeah, no, this is an immediate threat to win. So Hikaru has to see this. I'm sure he will. But wow, the more I look at this, I'm like, hey, why would Black go for this line? Feels like a very uncomfortable position to put yourself in. And if Hikaru draws, he'll say, yeah, this is the point. Like, yeah, it's uncomfortable, but I know how to draw it. But I know likey. I know likey. I agree.
I'm with you, Danny.
Hikaru's shaking his head there a little bit too, thinking, all right, I've made this hard on myself.
Yeah, because now it's no longer obvious. What is the best defensive move for Black?
Okay, can I play rook e8?
It looks very passive.
No, I agree. By the way, if rook e8, there's rook a7, and guess what the new threat is? Queen takes g6 check.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
very pretty.
And the reason you wouldn't have played rook a7 before, everyone, is because then the queens would come off the board. But if rook e8 is played, you can play rook a7. There's no queen trade. This is looking spicy, and now it's getting lower on the clock. This is hard for Hikaru.
Yeah, and there's no way to bail out. I like how both the white queen and the rook are guarding the c6 square, because that would be a potential square where you can offer a rook or queen trade. So he has to play rook e8. But that already shows that something has slightly gone wrong for him.
You know what his plan is? He's going to meet rook a7 with rook e7. And he says, all right, I'm still holding just barely.
Yeah, very barely. Also, after rook e8, moves like d5 are possible too.
Oh, rook a7, rook e7, rook a8.
That too, yeah. And I'm just checking when is the right moment to push d5, because now, for instance, there's a pin on the e file.
One funny thing you have to be careful of is some. I don't think it works here, but there's some positions where d5 and then you don't even take back. You get like
Something like queen c. Oh yeah.
Or queen f3. And the point is, yeah, like trying to open up ideas of tactics against the black king are always something you have to be very, very careful about.
Yeah, and Dimitri's taking his time, because this could be it. This could be a moment where he is able to put even more pressure on Hikaru if he finds the right move or therefore the right plan. Obviously not an easy one to crack, but this is his best chance. Now he pushes d5.
He likes your idea. Hikaru comes back to c8, but that can't be fun. I mean, are you going to let white play d6? That's a spicy one. Rook a7 is still possible with threats of queen takes g6. Rook a7 would still force rook e7, and then there's what? It's hard. It's so funny because like black seems like he's barely holding, but if white lets a single trade happen here, then we quickly get a draw.
Yeah, I wonder what he will play now and how he's trying to get that situation, as you mentioned, if he could trade a pair of rooks. But at the moment, white's pieces are really active. The d pawn, potential pass pawn, d6 is on the board.
Yeah, wow. It's funny. I think Judy Jelly is right. If I think back, I think Andreykin, obviously a very strong player, and no one is a more celebrated victor on chess.com than Hikaru. But I think Judy Jelly is right that Andreykin, I think, has a pretty decent record against Hikaru compared to most, I guess, in some of these events. I'm sure Hikaru has a plus score. I mean, like, if you look into the math, someone can go check their chess.com stats. But I also agree. I mean, although I will say, I can't remember how many times I've said Andreykin has a good position. The last time I was commentating with Danya, Andreykin faced off against Hikaru, I think in the Swiss, and had a winning position, but lost it. So, but I agree. Andreykin's opening repertoire, for some reason, I feel like he gets advantages against Hikaru pretty consistently.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's not easy to get an advantage in any opening against grandmasters.
Yeah.
Queen c5, so he's trying to just, I guess, pin the white rook to the defense of the d6 pawn.
Yeah, that was a really good move by Hikaru, because now it feels kind of dangerous, but I think you could even try to offer the queen trade, and as long as you can hold on the dark squares, I think this pawn might be lost. If you're Hikaru, you have to, okay, he goes queen e5. You have to be very careful that some sort of d7 doesn't happen, though, because in the trade, if rook d8, if the pawn can be guarded and that bishop can somehow get itself anchored in, it's going to be long-term chances for white.
I wonder if Dmitry is going to move the queen or be fine with the endgame, because this is a big decision to take.
Okay, he goes for it, but what is he? Ooh, is he going to try to play e4, e5? Interesting.
Oh, can he? So if the bishop draws back, if e4, is black able to play e5? Because I don't think you can allow...
The question is, does that open up this idea?
Yeah.
So if e4, e5, rook c7, let's say, well, you have to do that move order because you need your bishop to guard the e pawn in case of takes. So e4, e5, rook c7, keeping the bishop on the pawn. So there's no ef4. In fact, he goes for it. And once you have rook c7, then you're threatening bishop c4 because black won't have time to take here and win the e pawn if f7 is falling. So OMGs or snaps. Hikaru has got himself in a bit of a hole here. He's by the way, the threat of e5 is a problem. So
Yeah,
how do you deal with that? He plays e5, but here comes, I think, rook c7. Yeah, he plays it. Oh my gosh, this is going to be tough. Here comes bishop c4.
You called it, Danny.
How are you holding bishop c? He's going to take d6. He's going to take d6 and give f7 and put the king on h6 and say, I'm still holding. I can't believe it.
It just feels so shaky, that defense. You could get a checkmate with the bishop on g8 and rook on h7.
I don't know if Hosky22 just checked the stats, but he says Hikaru has a plus score on everybody on chess.com besides Magnus. That's probably true. Rook F's. Oh my God, look at it. Is he actually defending it? He said it. He said, yeah, I'm going to put the king on h6 and I'm holding water, which means bishop c4 was not the move, which means I've slipped into Hikaru Nakamura number 15. This is when you look up, but it's not love potion number 9. It's when you know you let it slip.
Oh, did he let it slip?
And Hikaru didn't. Dimitri did. I'm sitting here thinking, where did White let that slip? I don't know.
Yeah, the evaluation bar agrees with that assessment, saying that Dimitri had something earlier, but no longer.
Let's bring up the analysis board when my producer gets just a second, because I just had an idea. In this position, instead of bishop to c4, the idea was to keep the pawn. Okay, I was going to say d7. The computer says you should just go back to rook c6, but I thought d7. White would have maintained a little bit of an edge, but it's not that much, because I thought if you give up this pawn, something like, I don't know, something like this, White is like still okay, but I was wrong. Computer says the best edge was basically just to repeat and keep the position. So who cares what you think, computer? Nobody even likes you. All right. But okay, Andreykin doesn't look like he's going to have enough. Hikaru is holding on. I think you can even play bishop takes h4 here. Just laugh in the face of the discovery. Yeah, he does it. Look at that. Classic Hikaru.
Yeah, and there's no good retreat for that bishop. You can give a check by moving the bishop away, but there's nothing on light squares that could be attacked. Well, if this leads to a draw, that's good news for all of us, because it will mean that we're going to get to see even more chess.
That's right.
It's going to be a tiebreaker.
Even more chess. Captain Hare on Twitch says that Hikaru's a streamer first. Wouldn't we all love if we were a streamer first, yet still playing in the candidates? So we can say he's a streamer first, but he's going to be competing for an opportunity for the highest title in the game still at this point. So really impressed by the way Hikaru is playing in general for this whole year of 2022.
Yeah, very impressive. He also has taken over, I think it still is the current rating wise on Blitz and Rapid too. Being ahead of Magnus Carlsen is not an easy thing to pull when it comes to FIDE ratings as well.
I think this will be quickly petered out now. Andreykin can take with check, but then king h6 gains a tempo, followed by rook takes f4. Note that if you take king h6 and then try to take g5, black can take the bishop first. And while that should be a draw with king and rook versus king and bishop, I actually would not want to try to defend that if I'm Andreykin.
Yeah. Oof. So if this is a draw, the next game is a blitz time control with Hikaru having the white pieces.
Yeah, Hikaru. So that would be the strategy from the very beginning. But still, I mean, I'm with you that it was a very risky strategy. I mean, you look at how that game was going. Andreykin was holding all the cards, and putting yourself in a spot where you have to defend that position doesn't seem like a recipe for success.
It felt like when he got his pawn to d6, White really had actual winning chances. He might have missed the most precise line, but he did put a lot of pressure on Hikaru there.
Yeah.
40 seconds left for Dimitri and Drakin, who is possibly just considering what went wrong. Why is this not winning anymore? He knows, of course, that, wait, he plays F5.
I was going to say, what is he trying for a win? By the way, shout out to our man, content correspondent, Spenny, bringing us not just the interviews, but the stats. He says that, okay, so Hikaru's record is very good against drawn Draken, 60% winning, 21% drawn, 19% loss. Although in Rapid, it's closer to equality. So, yeah. L Holding says he loves the Anna and Danny commentary. Well, we love you.
Aww,
I love when you say nice things, chat. Can you just like stop can you stop saying mean things, chat? Can you just only say nice things about everybody from here on out? What if we did that? What if we imagined that, John Lennon?
Feed our ego, please.
What if everyone said nice things?
Honestly, that would be a game changer for
That'd be a game changer.
the society.
Anyway, yeah, F5 is played. I think we're still just petering out, but it's a funny line here because if Rook F4, King over, you can't take the pawn because then Bishop E6 actually wins the Rook. So that's his point. But is Hikaru going to play? Okay, he goes Rook F4, but what is it? Bishop F2 first? You can play, as long as you keep your pieces on the dark squares, you're not blundering. Wait, what?
So he
he's
gives
sacking
up
the exchange? Okay.
He gives up the exchange, saying that the pawns will compensate.
What's fascinating is that line was crazy, yet the eval bar never shifted. Yeah, it was like, yep, that's the best move. You guys figured it out.
As if it was that obvious that you should give up your rook.
Okay, and now you have to be super careful if you're on Draken. You have to be super careful here. If Aquila ends up being right, he said about 5 minutes ago, he said everyone's applauding Hikaru for holding a draw. Wait till he wins. If Aquila ends up being right about that, then I'll give Aquila a diamond membership.
Oh, that really would be quite a thing to pull.
I think it's going to be a draw. I don't think Aquila will be right, but still, he's not wrong. This is now all of a sudden in very, very dangerous territory for Dimitri.
King G7 stops the rook check from G8, E7, threatening to promote. Not a bad idea, but the bishop can take it.
He gives the pawn so he can come back, and then he's going to be able to hold on the light squares. So still a peaceful result we will have, yeah. If H3, King F3, G2, Rook G1, and then you just sack the rook for both pawns. So that's his idea.
And that should seal the deal when it comes to holding this.
He'll play King F3, G2, and we are headed to blitz tiebreakers with a sacrifice. Oh my gosh, I just get so nervous. I get so nervous. Thank God I'm taking a lot of Omegas right now. I'm really looking after my mental health, getting lots of exercise, balance.
And this is a balance on the board too.
A balanced result on the board.
I still can't believe it because it did feel like Dimitri found a way through, but then he couldn't get more out of it. He missed something.
Interesting. I'm with you. That doesn't seem like a great approach for Black, but Hikaru made it work, and here we are. He gets the white pieces in blitz, and if you're Hikaru, you're saying, yeah, all according to plan. And if you're me, I'm just saying prophetically that Bortnik not putting away Hikaru, like everyone is just like, no, right? Because then he starts to figure it out. This is always a fun line.
Oh yeah, it is with the queens hanging, double bottom gambit.
The first time we saw this in the highest levels of chess anyway was the 2018 World Chess Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. If you weren't tuning in then, you were lost. You were a lost soul, but now you've found your home. Welcome. 2018 World Championship. Those were the days.
Will there be a rematch? Will Fabi have his chances? Will Hikaru be the new challenger? What do you think?
Honestly, if I had to pick a favorite in the field, I would pick Fabi at this point. I mean, his experience and his general record against the field is actually pretty good. Those playing in the candidates. He's, I believe, one of the last players, well, before Firouzja's long break, but he beat Firouzja in the Grand Swiss, of course, even though Firouzja won the event. So I feel like Fabi is still the guy to beat. but every one of those players has that type of effect, like Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura. Like if they get going, they play better, right? There's some players that historically can be a little streaky in the field. So one storyline happens one way, and the event might look totally different. So
yeah, and it's a one tournament kind of system once they qualify to the candidate. So it takes is to do well in that one single event. Of course, easier said than done. But I'm with you that even though Fabi would be the favorite, I think it's not gonna be an easy event for anyone.
Yep. Shout out to my man Eric hanging out, the CEO, chilling with us on this Sunday.
Eric. Eric has missed a beautiful moment when Danny converted himself into the next Beth Harmon.
Eric has probably been watching every second of the show all day. I mean, he doesn't want to admit it, but he likes hanging out with me even when I'm not with him.
Honestly, Eric's Magnus impression.
Yeah, on point.
That day on the show of the World Championship with the Roberts Beth Harmon impression, Magnus appearing on the show as well. What a day it was.
What a day that was. Agreed. Let's bring up the analysis board real quick just to show how we got here. We've been talking World Championship storylines, all kinds of stuff, forgetting we have an amazing tiebreaker going on here between two incredible players for a lot of money. But in this Petrov, again, for those who don't know the tactics, the key here is that if, for example, it is what happened. You took E7 and you take E2. So you saw the whole trick. But this particular Petrov, I think, has a little more flexibility than meets the eye. That's why White goes for it. The space that you get on the king side is going to give some decent chances, even though the eval bar actually kind of likes Black here. So that's interesting.
So why do you think the eval bar favors
the
Black?
Positional weaknesses here. Computers are given the math, and then they calculate better than all human being brains, right? But the math of the algorithm, it's one of the things that makes the neural nets different because they're self-taught. But the math is, here are all the criteria that we know and understand the game by. And I think that the computers like Black maybe for good reason. These pawns are a problem, and this king is a little shaky. Yeah.
Shaky, and I also saw that according to Eric, Danny is on thin ice with him. So that's good. That's good to know. That's good to know. Always happy to have you during our shows, Eric. If you ever want to make an appearance, we also invited Robert. He was lurking in the chat.
That's right. Yeah, you missed the Magnus impression, angry Nogi. Yeah, well, someone will link you up with it. All right, but let's focus on the chess here. We've got an imbalance. The G6 pawn is Black's biggest weakness. Don't forget about D5. White has both a shaky king as well as these long-term problems here.
Yeah, those seem to be the biggest pluses here for Black, some of the features that you mentioned in this position. But what is it that White has as pluses to balance out? Because the evaluation bar is claiming it's just equal.
Yeah, the eval bar, although is only focused on the position as it should be, the clock is something that greatly favors Hikaru. It's a funny move, D4. You're threatening to win the exchange. Hikaru plays rook E1 to avoid that skewer. But now you got to put the king, I think, be very careful, right? Where is the king going? If you go to the F file, we have check. If you go to G1, is there bishop G3? This is...
Bishop G3, you mean...
He takes first, and then he'll guard G6, I assume. Although, wait, there's God, this it's so funny. The computer says equal. I'm just scared to play either position here. And that's the kind of thing that can happen. It's
no, look at the bar now. Look at the bar after bishop G3.
It's takes, and then bishop G6. And the point is White can get the bishop F5 out with check, and the G pawn, I think, is running. This has got to be the idea. You just, wait, what? Hikaru takes H8 first. I don't think that's right, because now Black can take with the rook on E1, and in the end, it's just a big trade. Everything's taken. White wins G6, Black wins H4. He takes with the bishop again.
The blunder, but it's now back to winning for White.
Oh my gosh.
This is crazy.
This is crazy. Andreykin wanted
back and forth.
Andreykin wanted the pieces on the board because he liked the idea of a mating net, but I think that was a blunder. In fact, King F1's an easy win. You're just winning a piece.
Yeah. There is no way out of this. He can try bishop to b5 to set
but
up a
then bishop
discover
d3.
check.
Bishop d3. And
Yeah,
it's-
bishop d3 is the move that will kill that threat and win the game.
It's so crazy how fast that game ended from just like totally deadlocked equality.
I know. It even felt like black had better chances at some point earlier.
I think he did, but I think he had to take on e1 with the rook. We're gonna back up and look at, but I'm sure that was the draw there. But already, bishop takes h8 was wait, he has a discovered check, so it's not over just yet. What would that be? Can you back up and then win the bishop? Yeah. Why is this still so easily winning? I don't get it.
Is it just because the g pawn will promote if bishop rook
guess
e7
so, yeah.
and
I
bishop
guess the g-pawn
f7
is-
and who can stop that pawn?
Yeah, credit to Draken for keeping it close, though. I mean, but I'm surprised there wasn't a more concrete win.
This game, I still don't believe that moment where it felt like a double blunder, the blunder first and then the blunder of the blunder. But of course, it's
Double
easier for us with the val bar. Yeah.
Gives BJH a chance to show his favorite emote. Double kill. But yeah, okay. You can just take h5 and then the g pawn is going to be too much. Draken all in on one last chance, but with only 12 seconds. Yeah, I mean, you probably could have also checked and oh, the bishop was guarding f1. Look at that last little sneaky trick from Draken. I don't even think it worked because if the king was on b7, there was bishop f3 check and rook a8. But okay, Hikaru wins it anyway just by grabbing the a pawn. And if we back up to the moment here. Instead of bishop takes e1, I believe it had to be rook takes e1. Yeah. And the point is, in this line, we keep the balance. But by taking with the bishop takes g6, you're just losing all the pawns. And then rook e2, king f1.
Yeah, this king f1 is crucial. And after bishop b5, bishop d3. You called it, Danny. You said that because Hikaru didn't lose that first match against Bortnik, where he had the losing position multiple times during that match, actually. He was in trouble, but he saved it, he recovered from it, and he wins it all.
Hikaru has that effect on players, and he's a hard guy to put away, and that's why he has won yet another Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. He increases his lead on the rest of the field with Grand Prix points. We got to get Fabiano and Levon back in this, try to keep pace with him. So, oh man. Well, Hikaru Nakamura wins again. I believe we will we have an interview? We take a quick break. I think we're going to take a break and then we'll have a quick interview. We'll get to catch up with the man of the day, Mr. Nakamura himself. Don't go anywhere. It is the final moments of the Rapid Chess Championship when we return. We are back now, joined by the man of the day who takes another Rapid Chess Championship title home. Hikaru, when that match with Bortnik was finished, Anna was there to bear witness. I said, sometimes when you start off with a tough match, a struggle, maybe you got away with one, it can be the sign of a great day to come. You work out the cobwebs, and you ended up delivering. Take us through the day here, right? That match with Bortnik was nutty, but then every single match from there, you just got better and better, ultimately to win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that wasn't a very good way to start the match, but certainly, you know, I found a way to survive and make it through. I mean, the second game especially was really out of control, and after that first one, which I was losing, and then I should have won that game. Yeah. I mean, probably 99% of the time with those two passed pawns, and then I blundered that one away. It was a very choppy match, but I think once I got through that, then I was able to settle down a little bit against Jeffrey. Yeah. I thought I played two pretty good games. Probably should have won the first one. I wasn't able to, but at any rate, you know, I pulled through in that second game. And so it was, you know, all's well that ends well, I guess you could say.
Yeah. What is that for chess players? I mean, we were kind of talking about how it can work out sometimes. Like you said, you should have lost, but then you should have won, right? But then the rook d4 check to win the bishop. Is there something to that sometimes that can be good for your calculation? Because you did play incredibly well versus Jeffrey, right? He barely survived that game, and ultimately you took it home. So is there something to that psychology for a chess player that they can get better when they almost lose?
I mean, in some ways, yes, but there was really no break, which actually makes it very difficult. I think if I had maybe 5-10 minutes, it would have been a lot easier to sort of just relax and settle back in. But when you mess that game up, I mean, of course, it was very back and forth. When you mess it up and then you have to go play the next game right away, it's very, very difficult. I mean, I don't think I did a great job of in the 3-minute game, but even that one, I found ways to create some counterplay at the end. So yeah, I was just, I mean, crazy day, but it was nice. At least the semis and then the finals, it seemed like were in general quite a bit smoother.
Yep.
It certainly seemed that way, and you have been winning Rapid Chess Championship weekends one after the other. I've been wondering, now that the candidates is approaching, for how many more weekends can we count on you? Do you have a plan on when do you stop with the chess.com events online, like a week or two before the candidates? Are you going to be playing and streaming all the way till mid-June? Is it possible to reveal any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll definitely be playing the next 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know exactly what my plans are beyond that, but at least for the rest of May, I intend to play in the RCC. There are, of course, a bunch of spots up for grabs, and it's been a tournament that I've done very well in. Obviously, it gets tricky. I mean, I thought it was very sneaky of Andrei in the final game to play this play the Petrov with knight f6, considering that if you look at a lot of tournaments, all the top players are playing it. So I thought that was quite sneaky as a choice. But I found a way through it anyhow. And yeah, I mean, I've done well in this event, and I think it's also great prep. I was saying to my stream while I was playing that first game against Andrei, and that I think one of the most important things in a tournament like the candidates is when you get these slightly worse positions, being able to save them and not crack and lose. And I did that quite well in the first game. So I think overall it's actually great prep for the candidates. And I mean, I think it showed even in Berlin that playing against these top players it does count.
Glad you said that. So I was going to tell Anna, you're assuming the RCC isn't a part of his prep. No, so Hikaru said it, so I didn't have to. It obviously is working out and paying off. And I'm glad you touched in on that game, because that was to stay chess specific here. We talked a lot about that opening choice, and obviously Jan Nepomniachtchi has played that line. We said that apparently he had it prepared for Magnus, that opposite code bishop ending to hold. And take us again through that. Why do you feel it's important for a player's form to be ready to defend bad positions? Why is that important?
I mean, it's really important because you're always going to get slightly worse positions no matter what tournament you're playing in. And that's sort of the difference between potentially a good result and a really bad result. If you're able to save the bad positions and then you're pressing in the positions where you're better, that's really the most important thing. And I mean, when I think back actually to the candidates that I played in 2016, there were 2 games in particular where I did not actually save the draw and rook and pawn endgames. There was a game against Peter, not Peter, sorry. It was against Levon Aroni, I should say. There was this rook and pawn endgame where I felt that I didn't play my best. I lost that one. There was one other endgame that I lost somewhere. I forget who it was against, but there were 2 games that I lost in that tournament where I didn't feel like I defended very well. And so, you know, at the end of the day, it's really important to do your best. And this 100% is part of my candidates preparation, just playing against those top players like Andrei and Aroni and everybody else.
I love it. Well, it's paying off. It's going well, and this was a really fun day. It really was, and your chess was amazing, as you said, and got better throughout the day. I don't have any other questions. You're going to be sticking around streaming for a little bit. I think we're rating you for any viewers who are going to check it. You look great, but is this your Sunday best? What's going on with the plaid shirt?
I had to go out for an event yesterday, and so when I wore this when I wore it yesterday, I qualified. I mean, you have to wear the same shirt. I mean, if you look at the RCC, I think every single time I've worn the same shirt on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, so well, it looked good on you. I was teasing you earlier. And I got nothing else for Hikaru.
Yeah, I was going to say to Hikaru, thanks so much for the insights too about the candidates. Obviously, the whole chess community is hyped that the tournament is only a month away, and we are looking forward to seeing your journey in the Rapid Chess Championship event as part of your preparation for the big candidates in Madrid.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Congrats, man.
Congratulations.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, I really like what Hikaru said there about the sign of someone being in good form. Is not always what we focus on as commentators, Anna, like the big wins. You think of the games where they win and put people away, and obviously that's the W is the sexy thing to talk about. But a really important sign that a player is on form is not always their win necessarily, but actually their ability to hold the tough positions, right? And I really appreciate that comment, because I think it's a storyline we don't give enough credence to. And I still, like you, feel like obviously White was better that whole game, but like he said, he's like, look, like that's a really important thing to be able to do, is to defend when you're worse. It's not always, you know, defined by what you win.
And that probably explains why he wanted to play that line or similar openings where you have to be holding a slightly better position for slightly worse position for the rest of the game. So the 2 result kind of lines that he actually considers it as part of his preparation to survive those somewhat worse positions. Good prep, and hopefully we're going to see Hikaru winning many more or participating at least in many more Rapid Chess Championship, as he said that he's not planning to stop just yet.
Yeah, and on that note of Rapid Chess Championships, we have one more thing to do here, which is our rapid recap presented by Coinbase. We always go over the game of the tournament, if you will, or at least one game. There are so many amazing games in this weekend event, weekend in and weekend out, but I think today we had to choose that first game that was so topsy-turvy, right? Because it ultimately was one that we kind of called and foreshadowed. We were like, oh my God, if Hikaru gets out of this game, what's going to happen in this event? And it was a wild Al Johans, wild Alekhine position, Anna. This was, I'm not going to talk about the opening because I don't know anything. I don't know what to say about this opening.
Yeah, we've been told that Alexander Bortnik often plays the Alekhine defense, so he clearly knew what he was doing, and he eventually goes for this knight takes e5, which wins material because the knight on g5 depends on the defense of the f4 pawn. So this tactical pattern works out really nicely for black.
Yeah. Wait, and he takes it. We spent time looking at this and kind of anticipated that one idea was also maybe to take here and then play knight here and take back. Hikaru delays this idea and instead plays knight f3 first. Sorry, getting back to the position here. He plays knight f3 first, queen g4, then captures. But after king f2, you called it a delayed bomb cloud, but on f4, this position started to get very, very scary for him.
f4 is such a strong move, immediately aiming to open up the f file against the white king, because if it wasn't for f4, actually the white king was okay on f2 and white was threatening h3 to push the queen away somewhat. So you were going to be hanging in there unless the position opens up right now, and that's why f4 is really crucial to play it immediately, not allowing h3 because the g3 pawn was going to be hanging.
No, totally true. And the other thing is that if even d3 is played, let alone h3, you're in a position where suddenly a closed position, not so bad for the fact that you don't have the bishop pair. You've got a protected pass pawn. You put the bishop on f4. So this is what Hikaru was threatening, but Bortnik did not let him get it when he played the move f4. The position starts to get very, very spicy here with f4 played.
And it was such a hard decision for Hikaru to take, how to react to it. He gives up the light squared bishop, which opens up the diagonal for the c8 bishop. So it's clearly a move that you don't play because you want to. You play it because you have to.
Yep. And now with the f-file opening up, we knew it was scary, but what we didn't realize is that it was most scary because black has a huge opportunity in this position. Bortnik spent a lot of time here, and we didn't see it right away, but eventually spotted it. He ultimately chose not to play the brilliant move, bishop to e1 check. This would have been a move that could have ended Hikaru Nakamura's entire Sunday campaign on the spot. The whole point is that if you move the king, you lose. If you take with the king, you take here first, and then black is just crushing through with variations like this. And if you take with the queen, the main line we looked at was just to take and take here. And this attack is incredibly crushing. Black is already up a pawn, a super, super tough position. Somehow, some way, and for some reason, after rook h4, Bortnik chooses to retreat the queen. And the position gets spicy here again in a minute. There's a reason we chose this one for the rapid recap. But Anna, right there, I mean, you don't get many opportunities like that against Hikaru.
And he spent a long time thinking, so he clearly considered those options, but maybe he didn't find it convincing enough. He retreated to g6 with the queen, but that gives Hikaru a moment to play rook f4 and alleviate some of that pressure on the f-file, trade the rooks.
So the f-file gets guarded for the time being. And at this point, we were already kind of calmly like, okay, Hikaru might just be on path to hold this game. I sort of thought maybe he should have traded to the obscure bishop position despite losing d3 because this might have been a safer try. Hikaru wants more than that, doesn't take on b4. Instead, after rook f4, queen b3 takes back on f3 with the king. But then the position gets scary again. King to G2, the queen comes in. I'm going to flash forward to that position that just had us kind of completely bewildered. The attack is very, very scary for Hikaru. Bortnik is on the prowl. And it was in this position that he actually misses a win that none of us quite saw, but it was right here that Black actually has a really surprising win to keep the attack going. Do you remember what we looked at here?
It's a crazy line because even after analyzing it, we couldn't quite tell why is it winning.
I was asking for help. I remember the line, but the idea was G5. And the point is
that rook on the F5 has to stay on a square where it's guarded. So you can't play rook F7 because of queen F1 check, picking up the rook. This is clear. But you wonder, why can't the rook go to F5 or F6? Like, it seems normal.
Everything seems normal, but the move on rook F6 was this crazy bishop back to E7 just to show that idea. And if the rook does eventually end up on F5, the move was rook H2, threatening to go to F2. And
even then, it doesn't look like it's over, but according to the engine, it's completely winning for Black.
Yeah, and this was the mating net, maybe the last chance, not as clear as bishop E1, but the last chance Bortnik had, at least to put the game away when the attack was raging. Unfortunately, he played 34 queen to F1 and could not find anything better than bishop C5 check, which is what we were suggesting at the time. And this position ends up getting crazy when Hikaru finds the very nice idea of bishop D2, giving up the rook on A1, but sacrificing the exchange for all kinds of craziness. And the truth is, at this point, it was Hikaru's game to win in many ways until the last moment that got away from Hikaru. He converts very nicely. He's going to win a piece with the D pawn. At this point, we're just calling it. We're thinking the game is over. And then Hikaru makes this incredibly easy to make mistake because it looks like it should be over with rook F6 check. But after king takes E5, the threat of rook to D4, winning the bishop, makes this a very tricky position. And Hikaru blunders it on D8, ultimately going into a rook ending that would end up being a draw. So what a topsy-turvy game, but one that, because Hikaru survived, ended up defining his entire day for him to come back and win the whole thing.
And that has been our rapid recap, our Coinbase rapid recap of the day. I think we couldn't have chosen a better game for the recap, Danny. It has had it all. Winning chances for both players. In the end, it ended up as a draw, but the draw gave us more games with the tiebreakers. What a day.
And I'm just showing the final position because it's an instructive stalemate for everyone to see that no way for Black to make progress. And eventually when B3 is finally played, Hikaru shows he knows his rook ending stalemate theory, takes on B3 because capturing back ends the game peacefully. So, wow. Yeah, it was a totally topsy-turvy game. Of course, there were other more one-sided affairs, but that one was fun. And poor Bortnik, but we know he'll be back and he'll have more chances in the future. Hikaru Nakamura, he got better with every single match and ultimately goes on to win yet another RCC.
What a day and what an event series has this been for Hikaru Nakamura, who is in clear lead, clear first place with 75 points. Look at that gap already between Hikaru and Fabi. Obviously, Fabi couldn't play this weekend, for instance, but there is 25 points of lead ahead of the second place and even bigger of a gap ahead of the rest of the field. Yeah.
No, he's the man to beat right now. As he said, he's also taking these events very seriously. The preparation, preparation is always twofold, or many more than twofold, but there's the stuff you're doing at home in the kitchen preparing, but there's also the process of staying sharp, making sure that you get competition, opportunities against the world's best. And like he said, playing in these events is part of his plan, and he continues to do so and do well. So huge win. Even if some of them were narrow escapes, Hikaru takes it. Let's give a quick shout out to some of our upcoming events before we sign off. One of the players who made the semifinals before losing to Dmitriy Draken will be back tomorrow. That's Arjun Iragaisi, taking on international master Mohamed Moradli. That'll be a fun one. Can't wait to see that. We've also got another IM SCC, that's I'm Not a GM, coming up here this week with Shuvalova taking on Pruis. This should be a fun one on Thursday. And I'm playing after that on the 23rd. I need to continue to stay sharp, so I'm going to continue to work on that, get better.
I saw your practice yesterday with Kanti. Yeah. I wish I could be a training buddy for you, Danny, but I'm so retired that I can just be there and cheer for you. But I will be cheering for you.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think Kanti was a little nervous. I'm not going to get overconfident because I, won a best of 3 against Kanti. I need to practice a lot. So he blundered his queen there in that game. But this has been awesome. I hope everyone had a good time. I feel like today's show was really exciting. Chess on the board. Great work by the team off the board. Awesome interviews, catching up with the players. And Anna, as always, you were amazing to work with. Shout out to the Pro Chess League coming back in 2023 with all kinds of new stuff. I won't say more, but
PogChamps. Danny, you will need to spill that tea at some
PogChamps will be back too. The chess world is busy. I mean, we talk about the events we're not doing in PC on PogChamps. Name a free week right now, right? I mean,
I know, it's crazy.
In many ways, we took a look at the calendar and made the practical decision to kind of focus on what was in front of us and with the candidates and so many things, and wait for the opportunity for some of those events to come back in style. So anyway, Anna, enjoy your evening.
Likewise, Danny, enjoy your bathroom break. We are all aware that you might need to go.
I appreciate that. And we're going to be back. The RCC will be back next weekend. Tune in tomorrow, as we said, for another JSCC. On behalf of the crew, all the mods, thank you so much for all the work everyone has done here. We will sign off for the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and we will see you around on chess.com. The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card, and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.